As we are once again live upon the internet, as in the wrong category, I see there already. Yeah, let's get to that Div1 here on Twitch. Thought I changed it, but I guess I just typed in Div2 right away instead of Div1. Yeah. That all looks good now. That all looks good now. Yeah, with bit rates and everything. And yeah, let's jump in here. We'll jump into Div1 for a tiny bit. And then move over to Div2. So actually, let me in the background already fix up this. It's just working on the folder for the sheriff, as the title says. To record that video fine that I've just been putting off mostly. Just not been feeling it, with also like being a little sickish and stuff.
I got some. Now entering a safe area.
You ever think about what's gonna happen when all this is over? I let myself daydream once in a while because.
But first, let's jump in a little bit here in Div1. At least do a named run.
Brace yourselves.
Grab this character's edition. Just gonna get warmed up and then we'll go to 2.
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
Then I will record the sheriff. Oh, actually, I should have set up for. Oh yeah, actually, no, I want to do that, alright. Should have set up for dual boxing, actually. So I actually set up that, actually. Because for the intro, I wanna dual box it. We'll take this account and then the other account will be on the other box, and then just to have the weapon out with the intro. I think we did that with the bittersweet already. That worked out pretty well, so makes it a little cooler. Howdy, worries. Already leveling leveling it up. Yeah, the base game here isn't too long. Like, you can definitely make quite a bit of progress through it. That's what the divisions generally, right? It's more about the end game. That's true here too. But yeah, some good progress.
This is good stuff. I seen better.
Now, if you need some help here or there, feel free to. It's sometimes possible to kind of, although you can always do the thing of any RPG, which is just to overlevel the whatever thing you're doing. Because also even the last mission isn't level 30, it's level 28. So. But definitely the one has some harder fights, especially some of the boss fights sometimes are. Also some of the bounties, the open world bounties sometimes can be a lot. Let's actually quickly set up that one. And also, oh yeah, I wanted to actually, but got busy. That's why we're starting late as well. Just planning on looking into. Although that'll more be maybe more something for tomorrow. Just looking into how to kind of get a different instance to go with, maybe like running it through GeForce Now or Luna or something like that. Because I still kind of want to set up for that video maybe tomorrow, where we
Everything okay?
get Brooklyn.
Was starting to think all the decent people were dead.
Both running in Div1 and Div2, and we just tap between them basically. Real nice. Oh yeah. Div1 has a whole different kind of, that's one of the more noticeable changes usually. The guns have, it's not just more recoil, it's also, it's like how most games do it. There is random side-to-side recoil, so you're basically have to just
Oh, we see you coming, all right.
continuously
Your prayers. It's a clear shot.
you have to continuously be recoil compensating, like actively.
Yes, they got him.
And yeah, Div2 is much more, with a lot of guns you can basically do it with muscle memory. If you're familiar enough with the gun. We aggroed these guys. Hopefully it's just the front side of this. Sometimes there's a few guys in the garage, and they suck if you have to chase them down. Also, that guy took a sticky like a champ. 0 damage. Sometimes when you like direct impact a sticky, especially on a rusher or something that is like moving around a lot, sometimes it just doesn't register, which is super annoying. But yeah, the recoil here is much more random, so you just kind of have to pay attention to it and kind of. But in Div2, like it's very consistent, like recoils, especially once you kind of. With some exceptions, like the AUG, for instance, in Div2, it works the same way almost with side-to-side recoil. Negav is very side-to-sidey. And honestly, I'm much more in favor, for a game like Division, in favor of... I'm curious actually in realism mode if they'll go back to the other way, because one of the reasons to do it in the Division way, or Division 2 way, but this is like how most shooters do it in Division 1, is kind of similar to that. The way that Div 2 does it fits much better with Div 2's, like, or with divisions like we have skills on top and we have talents on top that we want to keep track of. So basically you make the recoil more muscle memory that you kind of get used to, and then you can, it opens up basically brain space for other stuff. And the Windsor. And again, oh yeah, especially same as Div 2 as well. Make sure to have your gun be close to level appropriate. Veterans you can maybe make up for like a level or two. Like if you have a, let's say if you have a blue gun, that might be better for like an extra level over a green gun, but likely not after that. I was gonna say, why am I sunk on that? And especially keeping the gun kind of level appropriate makes it a little easier, but yeah, gear as well, if it's like several levels behind. It can add to...
Take care.
Hi.
Especially if you like find a weapon with like predatory or something. Predator can be very nice while leveling. But yeah, if you're recalibrating for it, it can also be costly. Like it's not something you can likely get away with unless you like get stuck or something. It's like you can likely do it once, maybe, or twice. You'll run out of weapon kits. Okay.
I can smell him a mile away.
There's one thing you could do if you like also get stuck and like wanna maybe get some resources yourself and stuff. You can always, for instance, do survival, and even if you don't do well, you'll get a cache or two. And you can sell those items because they'll be level 30 items, so you get a lot of credits for them, and then you could like use that to upgrade gear and stuff. I know, there's basically as well, yeah, you don't want to per se go out of your way to make build or anything. You just, it'll get replaced until you get to not even just 30, because after that you have the world tiers. You don't want to really focus too much until you basically get to world tier 5. But the world tiers should go pretty quick. You should have gotten the shield cache. That's kind of nowadays well, nowadays, ever since they introduced them, because you know, before Division 2 even came out. Getting that, you know, the gear you got from that, equip that, whatever you got out of it, that'll let you already skip like World Tier 1 and 2, I would think, depending on what you got, and if you didn't get like 2 items for the same slot. That's in feature. Keep in mind that likely, although selling also doesn't get you too much anyway, but those resources, because actually in here there's 3 levels of resources. There's like green resource, blue resource, and then yellow resource of the same resource. And especially later on, you'll be mostly using, you know, at endgame, you'll be using just only high-end. And high-end parts you get, like, a lot when you're at endgame, but also, yeah, selling... Although, you should try selling a bunch as well. You... Like, maybe 50-50 at that... Because here they also eat a lot of credit, but also you get more credit. Like there's more credit sources here than just bounty. Just doing missions and stuff already gives you some credit. But yeah, you eat a lot of credits in the game as you do different stuff. But also you don't get too much credits there anyway. It'll be until your end game. As for instance, yeah, here we get the high-end tools. Just because we're at endgame. Because you can convert up, but it goes like in threes. So you need like 3 greens into 1 blue, 3 blue into 1 high-end. So
Land of opportunity,
like...
bitches, right here.
pretty steep cost. Let's come love around coming around this corner and just this street. Feels very city-ish. It just goes on forever. This.
Good luck out there.
You wouldn't believe how much gear we got from that LP outpost you took.
No, one exotic. There was this division shield thing. There is one for just getting to the base of operations. This helps a lot nowadays starting out. You get this cash. Those are always 2 classifieds and exotic, so. And also, even whenever you get it, doesn't matter, it'll always be like World Tier 5 level gear. But then I'll let you later on skip a bunch of like go through the world tiers much faster. Because basically, the world tiers, I feel it's not a bad idea that they remove them in Div2 eventually as well. Because it's just kind of grinding just to get higher and higher world tier. At least in Div2 it was tied to kind of missions and stuff. Here is just, yeah, if you reach the gear score for the next one, you can go up in world tier. Like if your gear score is high enough, you can... And then as you go up in gears or world tiers, the items that drop are of better gear score, so... Because I feel it makes more sense in a game like... what was it? It wasn't Outlander. I always say Outlander in this one. I'm just always thinking of Morrowind. Lander. Outfighter? Out something? Like a bunch of world tiers. Like that made more sense because you were continuously kind of going up in the world tiers. Here, just having 5 that you kind of just trundle through. Kind of get it, but also, yeah. Especially because you never also have a reason to like play in low... Oh, Outriders. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Out something indeed. My brain is just always Outlander. Just having heard that just 1,000 times in Morrowind in the past. UNWA. Hopefully somebody's played Morrowind and gets that.
Ambush central. Just gotta lock this place down fast.
Just being old.
Let me finish this. It's a clean shot.
Yeah.
They got Jay.
Oh, we have both of the waves. That's quite rare.
I kill fools like you in my sleep.
Well, good thing you're not asleep. You're awake, so you can't kill fools like me. Badumdish. But in Outriders, there was like a ton of like world tiers. It made a little bit more sense. Although it's basically like the same as Diablo's whatever also that system. Diablo 3's Paragon system. It's been like ages since I've touched Diablo. But
hard to break out.
Well, actually, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound like a Diablo-y thing. But might be. It was right.
Taking you down. Nice try. Suck on this. Taking you.
Suck on this. It's gonna take forever to shoot him down anyway, so might as well just wait out the cooldown. Oh, yeah, she did I think I already did the dailies on this character, right? Yeah. And yeah, once you get to end game as well, a good thing to do is do all your dailies. These are always like simple tasks, but each of these gives a cache. And each of these has some div tech in it. It's one of the things I
Now
definitely
entering a safe area.
do consistently is just do the dailies.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area.
And yeah, div tech is kind of the optimization resource. That's the only, you use that and credits for optimizing in here. You don't need other stuff. That's also the reason they broke it out into other multiple items.
Your problem, huh? Get down now. We got a man down. There's more of them. What the fuck?
It's actually by splitting it up into different resources, it incentivizes to like, hey, do upgrade some other stuff here. Yeah, Mask of the Nomad. Classified. But you already have Nomad sets set. Well, we'll see if that mask is usable. Might hang on to it. And maybe upgrade one of the characters with... So at this point, both characters have Nomad.
JTF doesn't know what's good for it.
Hey, I'm not one of them.
There's He's there somewhere. It's like, where's the third one, man? Guess he was hidden out behind the other guy. Hey, yeah. And also, don't make it a grind per se. Just play it out when you feel like it. And then, you know, especially during the global events, it's also usually busy and a good time to kind of spend some time. Really? Stickies. Why do you so suck? Or seekers? What happened to those seekers? Just they decided to stop existing. Although the guy just jumped over barricades before they even split up, right? That's what happened there. Yeah. No more of that. This fight is over. Build with a birdie. I don't have one in the build connection, mostly because, well, you could use birdie. I end up in basically any healing build using BTS2 data gloves that are just... They're really powerful.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
But you could take any of the full healers and stick a birdie in there. If you really want to run it. Because you could take either FI or measured assembly setups.
Slow day around here.
Instead of the BTSU, you just take the birdie and then you put one other piece in replacement of the BTSUs that's usually on them. In case you're not familiar, actually, let me link it to the... That's not right. Link it to the build collection. Though as a ton of builds. Things though, yeah, Birdie, I wouldn't per se use it unless you just want to use it to use it. Because reviving allies and stuff is handy, but you could also, you know, you could just reset their hives for them with the BTSU data glove. That's ends up being usually that's the key. That ends up being just more useful. There's plenty of gear, especially in Div2. Sometimes it's not so much like the thing sucks, it's more like opportunity cost wise, there's just better choices. Birdie definitely fits that. Fits that bill. Just like BTSC data gloves exist and they're just really good with the group wide overcharge. You're welcome. But if you want to mess around with it, yeah, stick it on a FI or measured assembly. Because I've definitely messed around with it. It's, you know, once in a while you'll get to do a revive and go like, I did a thing! I did a thing quicker! And yeah, that's just gonna have a little bit of fun from it. Sticky from that far away. Delete that wave. Let's wait for my sticky to mostly be back. Because I want to use it on this next wave too. But do we kill these ones far enough away that we can kind of rush in here and do that. So we got the weapons at the end.
I'm gonna take him out.
We gotta fight him.
There's more of them. He's hit.
Glad you're on our side.
Are you though? Are you? Let's take this back to base. And hey there, Ranger. And a good day to you too. Hope everybody's enjoying their Sunday so far.
Readings
Looking
indicate
forward
this area is
to,
safe.
well, tomorrow we'll likely figure out when exactly this, you know, the patch is coming. And then likely, hang on to this actually. Yeah, I don't like that gun. I was kind of thinking about it for secondary on, but also who cares what the secondary on sentry would be. Gonna deconstruct all the mods and these things that we don't want. Mods and gear mods and weapon mods we don't want.
When you're ready to buy,
And I'm gonna sell all the gear. So we don't need more textiles.
Your attention, please. JTF
But I
would
could
like to
I could
thank
sell a
you for your
few.
patience
Oh, they want to keep this pharaohs.
Cooperation is appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, is this better than the mask you have now? No, it's basically the same mask you have now. I think the other character has a much better mask, so... let's check, actually. Don't remember what mask they have.
Don't be shy.
I really have division shield wise was I even got this this one done, the underground hunters one. Collected all the exotics and stuff as well. These are pretty good as well, actually, trying to get them done. Some of them are also pretty easy once you get to endgame, like for instance just getting 25 landmark clears. This is not like 25 different ones, it's just 25 cumulative ones. And even if you get murdered along the way, you can still, you know, you'll just jump somewhere else and get some some kills in. Yeah, let's actually jump out to that other character real quick and see if we can maybe get into Last Stand, although I'm not giving it much chance. Let me actually see anybody that's streaming Div1 in a Last Stand match. Oh, I see somebody there. Oh, maybe. I see them being in a matchmaking with like almost a full match. I really want to get rid of this Benitez voice lines here. Actually, nice. Actually, I did some earlier today as well here in Div1. Just Dash was a little full. Well, this is loading up.
Agent, before we pulled out of the dark zone, the brass airdropped in some shade tech stations.
Until you
to
do one
coordinate
Last Stand
local ops.
match, it will.
Thing is, those tactical sites are still in there,
play
sitting on all
this.
sorts of intel. We want it back.
And the annoying thing is, to
every
matchmake for
agent in the
this,
city.
we have to talk to this guy.
What you are
And then-
looking at is...
And then watch this video, which is unskippable.
Agent, let's get you up to speed on what you'll be dealing with out there. We need you to recover critical data from shade tech stations that got left behind in the dark zone before rogue agents can intercept it.
You'll
have to capture all three stations at each objective to start
discuss the
uploading
sheriff
data.
later on. I'm gonna record a video on it.
You can
Build wise,
enable turret
I'm
and
not gonna
pulse
give it a
fortifications at
dedicated
certain
build or
objectives
anything.
to
It's gonna
help
go into a
defend
bunch
them.
of builds.
Activating them
Coco is a
requires
really
shade
good
tech
spot
that you
for
can
it if you
recover
use
from
it in
enemies
groups.
and finding crates in the dark zone. Oh, and another thing.
Hunter's
Be
Fury,
aware of the two
obviously.
tactical boosts
Strikers
you
as
can
a
use to enhance your
secondary.
squad's performance.
I was
Points for
running it
kills
earlier with
and
OD.
point multiplier.
Also
You can
works
activate
decently
these with
well.
shade tech as well. Remember that you're part of a squad and everybody has a role. Collecting shade tech to power up tactical boosts or fortifications can be just as important as securing objectives.
But it's more
Teamwork is the
akin
key
to like,
winning
you
this
know,
fight.
how you use an Elmo. It's there's
I need
no
the
like
whole file
Elmo
before I
build.
can
It's
decrypt
Elmo
it,
you
so
use
make
in,
sure
like,
we get to
here and there
100%
and
before
everywhere.
the enemy does.
PFE,
Good
well,
hunting.
likely it'll become the main weapon as well in the PFE shotgun. That definitely.
Tactical
Maybe on some of the PFEs as a secondary.
They were supposed to help coordinate ops, but
Did they already get the match going? I think, or are they different region maybe even? Let me have a peek. It might have taken too long to watch the video and everything. Or they might also just be, oh no, they've got a match going. So they just started the match. You know what I'm gonna try to do? We're gonna snipe the next one. I'm not gonna sit here the whole time. let's get this something on this character. When they're getting towards the end of their match, because that's usually what's happening. There'll be like one match going. And then when everybody gets out from that, basically, you know, everybody jumps back into the matchmaker and they'll get another match going. It's kind of how it is. So I'm watching somebody who's in a match. Because yeah, I really want to get rid of this. I really want to get rid of this. Yeah. There's not going to be likely a second match. Yeah, it's a very powerful gun. Like that's. Let's actually check the clothes one. You don't have access to the clothes one actually. It's a really powerful gun, like by itself. The downsides of it though is, yeah, it is a shotgun that isn't fully auto, so you need to. There's a lot of clicking involved.
Hey, catch you another.
And that can be annoying.
LMB were overextended at Grand Central. We chopped them off and took it back.
Just who I was looking for.
Maybe we just get this just to get the unlocks on there. Well, I've kind of decided, yeah, we're not going to keep the character this way. There's no real use to it. I do want to do one more HVT set with them, but so I should get.
Upgrades are all working good. Thanks for helping out, Agent.
You're welcome, Benitez. We just take both of these.
We got a serious threat I need to tell you about.
Now we're cooking with gas. You are hereby officially my go-to agent for classing to join up.
So we did this character kind of weird, where I kind of boosted them with main accounts, carrying them around. That way, they didn't need to do any of their side missions. I was hoping it would break some stuff.
Perfect.
Maybe
now
in the same way that we break.
Refurbish weapons, Agent. Thanks to you. Supply line up and running. Now we can load up convoys and move them out to where they're needed.
Bounties with bounty cheesing, kind of bringing those
This Dark Zone operations
West End
center will help us plan
bounties
rescues and
to.
ops in there, Agent. Great work.
Hey, nothing to worry about. I'll see you soon.
Do I have enough for another upgrade? Actually, just to get the upgrade message also to go away.
Watch yourself out there. We need you, okay?
Kind of keeping an eye out on the match there. Because it would be nice to.
We got
And this by
doctors,
itself
staff,
would be
and
nice as
supplies
well.
in the
Just
garden, thanks to you.
yeah, let's just get that for the DZ resources that we get on this character. Well, because of that, they're kind of in a weird state. Where, yeah, they don't have access to everything that you would normally have at Endgame. Because by Endgame, yeah, you would clean up the map enough to... the one defib, the one dot as well, actually. So.
The upgrades look great. If we live through this, I want you working in my lab.
Kind of have to have defib. So one that just for the med kit increase. What does this give? Also one. Yeah. Stick the two here. But yeah, but I'm in a kind of annoying state And also, yeah, so it doesn't seem to gain as much.
Looks perfect.
Because that puts the
Can't thank you
bounty.
enough. But I will bring you something
It's
from my
interesting
wine
that in
log.
Div1, they have that tech, but they're not using it in Div2. But for instance, the bounty that goes here, it will just go over this, it will displace this, and then once we complete the bounty, this will be back, basically. Which is interesting that they have that tech here, but they don't use it in Div2.
Now we can provide proper care for all these kids and babies, not to mention the pregnant women. At last,
Now we have care,
intensive
not
care.
for the men, and
Dedicated
not just for the men
resources
and
for
the women.
worst cases. This will save lives, Agent.
Extensive care.
So they totally got those jokers.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Got that crazy
Okay, there.
bus dude and everything.
I know, right?
A little over halfway there.
Listen, just stay.
Hey,
Let's see, actually, does this named group spawn? 'Cause I think this one spawns, like, always, right? And we can grab research stuff. I think the Ravenous is not using any of the weapon damage that is added by your gear.
warning. We're exiting the safe area.
In what way do you mean? Keep in mind that the stated weapon damage on the thing is... It's kind of like with shotguns, you have to divide it by 2. If you use it in calculations or something, and you're using checking numbers, you have to divide it by 2. Oh, I mean, there's explosions. Unless there's been, like, a recent change to it.
Calling all division agents in range. I'm getting reports of an arms deal near the tracks on West 45th in Clinton. Requesting assistance.
Because I remember including it, although that's a while ago. We included it in... But I would be surprised if they touched it since. Yeah, there's not going to be much information on it out there, but it works kind of basically as stated. If both pellet hits, the explosion basically gains a little bit based on your weapon damage, and then when you trigger it, it is based on... Like, keep in mind that weapon damage is basically, yeah, weapon damage plus total weapon damage plus DTA, DTH, and DTOC. It isn't, like, including any of headshot or crit or stuff like that. It's similar to, like, what the Pesties calculation is based on. If you're familiar with it. Detonate, use the damage deterrent as well as both and damage, but maybe something recent broke with it. Shit. They already have a match, or is this? Oh, that's the completion. Let's see if we can go and get in this match. Because I'm also trying to remember if there's like any oddities with it. One thing you could try asking, because actually, I don't see Keybase in here even. You could try asking in the official Discord, because it gets used like in speedruns and stuff a little bit more, so they might have already noticed stuff like something. But generally as well, that it gets used for the amplified damage that it has, because that's actually also, like, I remember the calculation set we did then was kind of that. Actually, I should have changed builds, but I forget.
Alright, capture and hold objectives to start uploading data. Holding additional objectives increases upload rate. Get out there.
I know, win or lose, I lose the message, so I'm fine with whatever outcome we get here. Win or lose, I win.
We've got Alpha. Your spawn relay is enabled. We've gone ahead.
But yeah, I would have to like mess around with it
Activated
too.
at Alpha. Pulse active at Alpha.
I haven't messed around with it in forever.
Charlie's under enemy control.
We need everybody to be here. So I'm moving towards B. But I feel yeah. I don't remember actually, even if I was even the last time, I don't even remember what it was for. I think it was with Coco. It's actually start of this season. Last time I looked more at the amplified damage than at the explosions. So, wouldn't be too surprised if maybe something is broken with explosions. But. Hey, you got an assist. Oh, their final measure. Just got that. That. Pardon. So shouldn't we capture this? Maybe. But I could try asking there because I know some people are kind of fan of the Rev. I haven't really paid attention to it, especially more recently.
We've taken control of Bravo.
That's a lot of them. But yeah, they got benched up there.
Bravo has gone neutral.
So especially with a mode like this, it's very much about bunching up and moving as a blob. Like if there's a blob of 8, especially, it's kind of hard to break anyway. But yeah, here for instance, people are going in one by one and kind of fighting their own fights here and there. He's fine.
60 seconds until tactical boost can be enabled.
Did I not? Oh no. But that was like a full group of enemies there, but who knows?
Oh, they got him.
Tactical boost available in 10 seconds.
This is a bad idea. But it's dead anyway. Not sure.
Tactical boost can be enabled.
We're mostly here.
We've taken Bravo.
Carrying me.
You've got points for kills.
With shock like that.
Points multiplier is now live.
And yeah, the hit reg in 1. This is the main reason I don't ever want a PvP in Div 1. The tick rate here is 30, so a lot of movement. If you put a lot of movement out, it's just gonna, like, this guy is just like, it's not even worth shooting at him. So, then yeah, the thing is, the second we stop shooting at him, it's over for us. But yeah, the chicken dancing in Div 1 is the main reason why, like, I don't consider PvP here even like an option. It's with a tick rate of 30, and this is also the reason they went to like smaller DZs. Because if you just have 12 people, the tick rate into is like 60. Might not be 60, might be 50 actually, but it's better than here. That's also why when people like go like Div 1 DZ was the best, it's just like, was it? When like 80% of it was chicken dances. Was it? Yeah, I can't trade with players really set up for that. Actually, let's try this. Wait, do we always count as in combat in here? Thought you could change loadouts.
Bravo's gone neutral.
But unlikely we're enough ahead that we're gonna win the match.
Bravo is controlled by hostiles.
Having a street fight here. A lot of fights as well in the DZ would turn into this, which just not a big fan as well. Did they lose? No. Wait, where's it in the back here? Is this like a dead end back? It's kind of awkward. Like there didn't seem to be anywhere to fall back to.
You can now activate points for kills.
Completely wiped this there. I was gonna say, isn't this kind of on our side? Weren't they getting shot in the back?
Point multiplier can now be accessed.
Points multiplier is active for the enemy.
So I forget that actually in Div1 here we have instant heal. Because I forget to heal actually most of the time. Whereas I should be just popping that like in the middle of a fight. I'm so used to like Div2's, like sometimes you do the instant, but outside of that you don't do healing.
Bravo's confirmed neutral. Points for kills is confirmed active.
Just gonna capture this. Really should capture this.
Rogue agents are assaulting a fortification. Fortification eliminated at Alpha.
Oh, the easier test will be just to I thought these were friendlies actually. But yeah. So these two running around, I thought they were friendlies actually. I wasn't paying attention.
5 minutes and you've got this.
But just basically altering weapon damage and seeing if it like blue core to red core, vigilance to something else, stuff like that.
Neutral. Your spawn relay is no longer active.
That would be more easy to as the check of if it just applies at all. and then we
fortification
can
at Alpha is taking enemy
see
fire.
about.
We have Bravo.
Alpha has lost a fortification.
I'm guessing that's great. Yeah, but keep in mind it's divided by 2. The stated weapon damage is divided by 2, and then DTH, DTA, DTOC on top. So actually that kind of looks about right. Because keep in mind the stated weapon damage is for both shots, unless I'm like forgetting something.
Bravo's on neutral.
Oh, they're capturing Alpha even. But also they've lost.
Turret enabled at Alpha.
Many staggers.
Turret activated at Alpha.
This isn't the fight worth having. This isn't the fight worth having.
Fortification eliminated at Alpha.
Stat bad a little bit.
Point multiplier is now available.
Man, strikers.
We've taken
Didn't hit
Alpha.
so hard. He was
Your spawn relay is
likely
active.
fully stacked at that point.
That's one for the good guys.
But yeah, they were gonna lose on that. Don't think I contributed much, but that's what's perfect glass cannon. Glass cannon wouldn't be. It would be in the actual shot, but it wouldn't be in the stated weapon damage. Yeah. But yeah. Last place. At least I was in last place overall, but I was definitely last place in my team. But that's also what you get when you take a PvE build into PvP. I had DTE mods even there, so that wasn't gonna help. But win or lose, I win either way because what I wanted is just one last stand match completed so we can just not have Benitez yell in our ear every time.
Captain Benitez,
I got what I wanted.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
So it's nice to come load into this place and not have Benitez go. Agent, check in with Ketchik. It's like, fuck Ketchik, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck your people, and fuck the people of New City. And I'll say I will never play Last Stand again, and I'll have 100% win rate. That's one way of doing it. Yeah, let's clean this character up, and we'll jump into Div2.
I'll be here if you change your mind.
Definitely need to spend the time there too. Oh, anything else I need to do here before I forgot? Not really. Let's get out of here. This is a silly place. So yeah, first I load. Yeah, for the intro because I want to have the sheriff with the skin on top. I did need to actually grab that. Let's get that character then. Oh, that's what I'm trying to find my mouse, but it's actually put on over. Let's change our categories to Div2 as well. That one. And there we go. Also, I self Photoshop over. Maybe that's not a good idea. Let's close that. That'll be a resource hog. Load up there. Let's set up the other character on the other side. Oh yeah, let's take the outcast. No, not the outcast, right? The screen time. No way, went to the outcast. Was next to it.
Safe area entered.
Let's grab the sheriff. Is there a quick way? What? Isn't there a quick? Oh shit! Right. To scroll down and like. With a control. No. Apparently. Get all the way to the shotguns in the stash here. Basically setting up main account there, just so we can have a better kind of beauty shot. What did I have in mind for the intro? I think of just doing police station here, just in front of the police station. You know, riff. Is there anything else that will work? Maybe better. Yeah, let's just go. Well, let's just go there. What are you running that? Okay. And then after the intro, we swap accounts basically. So for each primer, we devise one house for each primer. No, it's just basically the stated weapon damage is the same for shotguns. So shotguns basically the number that it says here is divided by the 8 pellets, right? Like that's how, because otherwise, yeah, it would, you know, it's not doing this per pellet for an ACS or something. For the Ravenous, the way that the Ravenous basically works behind the scenes, it's a 2-pellet shotgun. Effectively, that's kind of how it is set up. Because of that, because it's shooting whenever you pull the trigger, it fires 2 shots. That base is effectively divided by 2. Because it's built into the base. That way. So it's a calculation because of yeah, exactly. So then it makes more sense because yeah, then it lines up a little. It's dividing it by 2, and then in that weapon damage here, it's basically just the weapon damage. Then you would have the total weapon damage on top, things like class, things like DTOC, DTA, DTH. I'm not 1000% sure those 3 actually it would, right? It's most of the weapon damage, especially Ravenous, is early enough that it's not going to be set up incorrectly. So let's clear out this. I should totally just do Bloody Houndsman with. Well, maybe do that later. Oh, I should do that one just so, yeah, we can do the smiley on the side. So the screen time for now. No, it's basically a quirk of how they've, or, you know, the underlying systems for Ravenous.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Agent, we need you to stabilize Judiciary Square.
I'm very happy to have actually gotten that last stand-in. We've been trying here and there all week. And yeah, it makes sense to get it on the weekend. Oh shit. Wait, when did this spawn in? God damn it. It's gonna be loud enough that it's gonna be heard from here, right? Yeah. Hello, can I aggro you guys? I'll shoot you once. Take 1 damage from you. There we go. Let's travel back and get back up here. That's close enough that's going to be in the background, and that's going to be just not doable. So I'm just going to despawn it and then run back. Then that's one of the detail lamps. Yeah. And that would then be like one of the primers. Or, you know, one detonation. I'll check if that lines up actually with like what you're getting there. Generally when it's talking about weapon damage, it does include, yeah, DTA, DTH, DTOC.
I've got you covered. I need cover.
But see if it lines up without, but I would guess it would be with. There are some later ones that sometimes don't align with that. It has more gear sets and stuff that got added later.
Civilians in danger.
Actually, they'll be far enough away that won't matter. Also, this is not visually very distinctly a police station. Also, if these guys are fighting, let's actually go clear this out. Should get some stacks.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, man, that makes a little bit more sense.
There's no damn way.
Defense here. It's also just nighttime. Then why don't we just go inside? Then why don't we just go somewhere else actually? What would line with that? Sure, maybe thought about this before. Kind of forgot actually. Need an intro position.
Civilians in distress.
That was the last one.
Are they dead? Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Critical companions, are you gonna miss them? I will miss them. Yeah, should make them permanent edition. I think I would prefer them to. I don't think a permanent, like, they work as modifiers well. I don't think it will work well as just an outright permanent edition. But what I would hope they would do is just, like, you know, next season don't do companions, do just something else. Do something else modifier wise, and then in the meantime iterate on the companions, and then maybe like next time, hey, we're working with the hyenas now, and then you get hyena companions, and then, you know, for a season. I think that would, like, also from a story perspective, you could play into that. Yeah, none of this is like distinctly police station-y. I wish we had kind of the the Div1 police station. Actually, that would work the best. Because there's actually other, like, small police stations, but I wouldn't know them off the top of my head. There's some, like, in the streets here. There's like a police station thing, but also could go to the start of that mission and just sit under the minigun or something. Oh, you know what? Let's do the start of Capital, and we just do it off the hill. That seems like a
Hostile control point identified.
But I would hope they would at least, like, you know, the work they put in here, keep working on it, because now that the structure is in place, they're good enough, right? Like, they're decoys, they're active decoys, basically.
But the priority is to get back the briefcase President Ellis was carrying aboard Air Force One. Kelso's waiting aboard a helicopter to extract.
After they fix them talking way too much, they're fine.
A lot depends on getting that case to him. You'll have civilian assistance to get you through the perimeter, but you'll be on your own once you're inside.
But now that the base is in there, you could, like, put development time in just improving it. They could be a lot more aggressive, for instance, and be much more active. Especially, you know, just work on their AI for them, specifically, kind of.
Hostile reinforcements converging on your position.
As well, like, you could make it more complexy stuff, where you could, for instance, have a sniper or something, and you try to, like, place them well. But for most of the season, I've ran rather with them than without them. If nothing else, well, generally I have the modifier on anyway. I kind of... This season's modifier as well. It's not that strong, and then it's offset enough by Commander here and there. Commander has definitely caught me out here and there.
More hostiles headed to you.
That idiot was always gonna get it.
There's also, I know a lot of people like turn them off, but honestly, they're much more useful with the extra buffs that they give. Just randomly, whenever they get a kill or anything, just the rate of fire buffs and other buffs and stuff, the weapon damage buffs, quick
That was
damage
the last
buffs.
of them. You should have a clear approach to the entrance.
Then it's time to get in there and finish this.
So we just use this basically. And then this character dressed up as Anderson. Still on to set up for an intro.
Another agent is now in your group.
But yeah, just basically go through the factions and just keep iterating on it. Because, you know, if you can every time improve it a little bit and just do some new stuff, eventually it could be a pretty good system. Let's actually see. Also, maybe it's handy if you actually equip it. Oh, I need to load that part, but get a little better. Let's grab this controller. Did I put batteries in this one? I remember it also being out of battery. Although, just put rechargeables in there. Maybe wait for sunrise a little bit. Kind of like this as well with the companion alongside. Although we should have gone like actual male character, so kind of Anderson it a little. Go artistic. Paying. Wait, is there a better spot here? This is likely like the only actual light here. Because I want it to be on the ledge more. Can I rotate you? Plane. Oh, actually. Oh, other way around. I'm overthinking this by way too much. Wait, where did that guy go? Well, actually, I'm okay with that. Or not have him. Might be. Man, too bad that thing is there. I was trying to like get it like this, but then maybe we take this one to the ledge as far as I can go. All the setup. And I hate human. Oh wait, I missed those. And then just can't add. T26. Yeah. What were you hitting before? 206. It doesn't include detog. You could try removing the detog and seeing if it lands the 226 or 206. Basically, whenever it matches up, that's when you have it. Actually, if I go up, well, actually, let's do this already. Spending way too much time here, actually. let's just record something. Start recording something. Kind of want to end up there. Yeah, let's try a few takes here anyway. Oh well, hopefully like one or two. So yeah, hi Ikea. In-depth look, timestamps. That works, and then yeah, go into numbers. Yeah, that'll be enough for intro. Also, hopefully with like the sun now coming up, it'll look even better. let's go. Hi, I'm IKEA. Well, that's energyless. It's also leaning a little bit more. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Sheriff. As it's taken a little bit for me to come around to this, as it's been pretty busy for me, and also I've been a little bit under the weather. But definitely, we want to look at this this shotgun, and this is a very interesting one. I'm rambling already. Let's be more concise here. Hi. Oh. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Sheriff Exotic Shotgun. As with the release of the Climax mission for Year 7, Season 3, we have gotten access to this beautiful shotgun. And it is a very interesting one. It has some unique traits to it that no other shotgun has. And definitely from a damage perspective, it definitely can deliver. In this video, we'll go over how to get it, how it works, and then also take it through some numbers and also some gameplay to kind of show it in action. As we do so, we will focus on actually how powerful this can be in the right situations, and also why I don't think it will be a regular use for me, as it does of course require a lot of clicking. But yeah, let's go, get started. Way fogginess game. So as you see if the audio and everything's okay on that. We'll keep that one and maybe we do one more take. Can deliver. In this video. Also, I didn't say anything about timestamps. This would be nice if it wasn't so smoggy. Also, where we start here, actually. And then also, if you're doing this to me, I'm just gonna... Hi, I'm IKEA. Well, that was a little bit too fast on the send in. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Sheriff Exotic Shotgun, as with the Climax mission arriving upon us a little while ago, as this video is a little bit late, but this Year 7 Season 3 Exotic that we're getting from the Climax mission is actually very interesting. It does some things that no other shotgun really does. It has a lot of damage potential, and we really need to look at it like that. In this video, we'll go over how to get it, how it works, then take it to some calculations and even show it a little bit in some gameplay. Everything will be timestamped down below so you can jump around as you wish. And let's go, get started. Yeah, that one was like clean. Even though it's like a bland intro because of the fogginess there, but I'm okay with it. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want... Oh, Sheriff. Okay, so now the annoying thing is we need to swap accounts. Actually, let's put you back at White House now. No bad leaving you there. Actually, that account also gets to... What's this? We need to swap which account is where. Go black for a second or a minute. So bye, I'm not IKEA. Hi, I'm Nokia. Is actually bye, I'm Nokia. I mean, there's already an evil version of IKEA. Canonical one, which is Nokia. Oh yeah, let's shut down that system. Okay, let's load up here, and then we'll go intro the shoddy. So pour some caffeine in, because why not? Hello, game. Why do I get the feeling you're not actually loading? Oh, it seems to be. Believe in you. You can do it. Can you do it? Did you do it? Ah, no, you failed. Did the 0% thing there. The 0% CPU. And now load up then. Second time's the charm, right? Right. Maybe wrong, but right. Hi, I'm Ikea. Then they get to some calculations and even show it a little bit in some game. Hello? Okay. Like, it's not gonna happen twice in a row, right? All the clicks. All right, let's get loaded in, and then I'm hoping this character is still at that in capital. They should be. Otherwise, we'll get back to that spot and kind of go on that ledge. At least to start with. Okay. Oh, also, this dumbass kicked myself.
You are no longer in a group.
Let's then actually just keep it at the range. Ooh, one thing I do need is that one in the stash. Because in showing it up against other shotguns, I do want to... yeah. Let's take that. Also, did I have... Do you have? Yeah. Although, yeah, we shouldn't do it on Striker. That one, but actually, yeah, let's pick something that doesn't have handling. Actually, maybe. We just... Wait, do you have any handling anywhere? I think you have a handling somewhere, right? Yeah. We just take the pesty just for... Just for not having any handling. Just a watch there. But that's for something later. Yeah. Let's actually remove the skin for now, and then we'll talk about the skin as well. Oh, do I have a sent here or no? Alright, let's keep discussing this thing. Gee, does this work out? that's how I tilted. No, the other way. Although, actually, first I do where we get it from, right? We'll go to my description one. Yeah, how to get it is actually what we first discussed. And let's do that by starting with where to get this exotic shotgun from. And that is from the climax mission from Year 7, Season 3. And that is the mission that you unlock current season, which will likely be for the next few days. The manhunt, you will have to complete the HVT targets to get access to it. But we're going into the next season, and then it will become a legacy mission, and it will be available basically here at the United Ironworks. It is taking place in where the Iron Horse raid is also located. It isn't the exact same map. We don't fast travel to the exact same point, but you will unlock it through the scouts and then have access to it. There is some bugginess if you are actually seeing this at time of release, where it will only unlock on the character where you have done all of the scouts, or well, specifically the last scout gets completed. They'll get access to it. All of the other characters are eligible on the account, but they won't have this fast travel point. So what you will need is somebody to help you out. If they can basically just fast travel you there, and you then complete the mission on Heroic, you'll be eligible for it on other characters. Then the fast travel point becomes available. But this is basically a bug. But what the bug isn't that the other characters aren't eligible or can't do it at all or things like that. It is just that they don't have the fast travel point. So yeah, you just need somebody to help you out to get there. You can basically, join somebody, ask people to, hey, can I have you for a second if you go there, and then I'll join on you, and then they can leave, or you can do it together. And yeah, that way you can get still access to it even on other characters. But of course, in future seasons, this will be a legacy manhunt mission. And as all legacy manhunt missions are, they'll be available right away on the map. A little stumbly, but we got the points in. Yeah, actually, no. Let's do it again. It was a little stumbly, but also I didn't even talk about drop rates. But then maybe also we don't start there. We just start here. Because I kind of stumbled because we're getting out of those other menus. Yeah. And let's indeed start by discussing first where we get the sheriff. Yeah. And let's first start by discussing where we get the sheriff from. It is from the United Ironworks Climax mission, the Year 7 Season 3 one. And it is located next to the Iron Horse raid, basically. You will get access to it if you complete the manhunt missions, but you don't need to do all of them. As with previous seasons, we only need to do the HVT ones, which is here the 4th and the 7th, and then here the 12th, and that will get you access to it. That's of course for this season. We're about to go into next season, and the second this becomes a legacy manhunt mission, of course, it'll be available right away, the way that all legacy manhunt missions are, so you can just fast travel there. There is some bugginess currently where once you unlock the manhunt, only the character that did basically the final manhunt step will get access to that mission, that fast travel point for it. All other characters on the account are also still eligible for it, but they just don't have the fast travel point. So what you will need is that at that point, somebody to help you out just to get there. So you could ask a friend, a buddy, hey, can you be there, and I join on you, and then they can leave. And once you complete it once, actually on other characters, on Heroic, because you will need to, of course, do it first on Heroic to unlock Master. Once you do it on heroic, the fast travel point will be there on that character as well. But basically what is missing is the fast travel point. It isn't that the other characters all aren't eligible. So you can, with the help of others, there's no real way of doing it by yourself, but you would need outside help. But if you ask around on Discords or just, you know, hey, even in shared spaces, if you just type it into the chat, you might find someone willing to help you out for a few seconds just to get you there. Once you're there, of course, yeah, you can complete it. As we stated there, you will need to complete it on a difficulty below Master, anything from normal to heroic, to unlock the Master version of it. And upon that, we can then go do the Master run of it. As with all of these climax missions, more recently, the item tied to it, the Sheriff, as we see there, if we complete this mission on anything below Master, it is a chance drop, although even on Master itself, it's a chance drop. It seems to be following the same trend of some other items where it's 1% on normal, 3% on hard, 5% on challenging, 7% on heroic, and 10% on legendary / Master, because those actually overlap in difficulty. Not the difficulty in the mission, but basically the difficulty selection basically works the same for both of them. Because of that, yeah, you do have a high chance of it dropping. And of course, the first time clear per character is a guaranteed Sheriff there. So if we do it on Master, the very first time that we do it, we will guarantee a Sheriff. But quite a lot of people will have noticed that sometimes, yeah, a teammate or yourself might get it even below that difficulty. And a 7% drop rate is basically effectively the same as we've had for some other items, or for instance, Coyote, let's say from Coyote. It's not very common, but it does happen from time to time. Let's first start by discussing where we get a little stumbly, but me, it's fine. Doesn't need to be perfect. Oh, yeah, let's go into this. And let's start looking at the Sheriff itself. The Sheriff here, an exotic shotgun, and with the flavor text, it's about to get real, not attributed to anybody. Somebody somewhere said this at some time. Overall, it is a very powerful shotgun. It, of course, comes with the shotgun stats. Once you get one, Inaya will have the blueprint for it to reconfigure it, because, of course, we want detox on that third stat here with this shotgun. And you do need to reconfigure it. There's a little bug with the reconfiguration blueprint where it's checking for the mosquito. So unless you have a mosquito in your stash or in your character's inventory, you can't actually use the reconfiguration blueprint. It isn't actually doing anything with the mosquito, but the check is basically set up incorrectly, where it's checking if you have a mosquito, and then it's just allowing you to reconfigure this weapon. This bug might get fixed already by the time you get it, if you're doing it in future seasons. But for the time being, yeah, it is annoyance, but mosquito isn't too hard to get. It is in targeted pistol, so yeah, just go farm for it, and also its blueprint is available through retaliation. You do want to reconfigure it to have detox, of course, as yeah, that is a big boon to it. Overall, though, it is good that they're at least putting that blueprint right away. We don't have the snafu that we kind of had early on with the Tempest, where, yeah, we had to farm until we got a detox one. That wasn't pleasant. And, of course, yeah, last season, once the Tempest was available through the climax mission, the blueprint was already there. It is kind of annoying that, yeah, the blueprint is misaligned to what weapon is basically checking for, but at least it's a weapon that we can pretty easily find that mosquito. Then what it has as traits is especially that it has a 35% weapon damage. This can be a little bit deceiving. This isn't just all weapon damage as a stat. Its base is basically 35% higher than the Super 90 that this is based on. This means that this 35% is effectively a separate multiplier. It isn't additive to the all weapon damage. This is just to the base, and because of that, it is, you could see it as an amp or as a separate multiplier. So it is a full 35%. Then it has 100% accuracy through the talent, and this will actually come into play in a second, as we'll explain a little bit further. And it has no damage drop-off. That's basically achieved here as having an optimal range up to 100 meters, and hit registration basically just goes to 101 meters, effectively for most weapons. There's a whole discussion there to be had, but this basically hits out full damage up until the hit registration basically ends. And these are, built into the base weapon's base stats. It doesn't have any mods further on, and accuracy coming through this talent actually causes some issues that might get fixed in the future, but currently still exist. But even then as well, this 100% accuracy is actually not completely true, as if we compare it, as we will in a second, against a weapon that has 100% accuracy through, for instance, having some gear and some mods that can provide that, it doesn't actually become as accurate as this weapon is. Then also actually with the intro, we saw it have a different skin. This is the base skin for it. Right away, as with some of these weapons, they also offered it with this abattoir skin, which changes the look a little bit. And one of the interesting things with this as well, when you shoot enemies, it actually produces more gore from them. There's a much bigger blood pal coming out of the enemy, which is one of the first weapons to do such a thing, to change basically the hit effect on enemies. But of course, this is just cosmetic and not needed at all, and its base style is here available. Let's actually look at it in combat for a second here. Yeah. Did I miss anything here? No. And just to start putting some rounds through this thing, we'll grab it here with not a build that really aligns with it, but we're just going to use it because it has no weapon handling at all, except for, of course, what I have from the watch. We're running it on that pesty setup here. And just to show it basically how it's at its base kind of works out. We'll set the range here at 20, and one thing we'll notice here already is if you compare it, and I have a side-by-side by an Tactical Super 90 SPS, where we don't have actually any mods going towards accuracy or handling at all here, versus it. When we aim, we see the reticule is pretty small and pretty tight. If we swap to the other shotgun, we basically see what we're used to seeing with shotguns. The indicator there is actually very representative of how far the spread will go on shotguns. When we fire, actually most of the pellets will likely land within that circle. In the case of the Sheriff here as well, when we shoot, it goes out to those ranges. Now, of course, here, even with this shotgun here, the Super 90 that this is based on, if we're gonna go down here, our range is 11 meters before the drop-off starts. And of course, that drop-off, that gradual drop-off to basically half damage when it hits the bottom, mostly for most weapons, that we don't have at all here. So actually the Sheriff out to any distance will do its full damage. And that is actually one clear advantage of it. It will be able to, even at longer ranges, where we here see with the Super 90, where we're hitting multiple pellets still. Oh, God damn it, audio broke. I heard it break there. Yeah. Thought we were doing fine. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, let's stop that one. 90, where we're hitting multiple pellets still. Oh, yeah, it's perfect. At least I got it right away. Let's put a few shots through this sheriff. Here we'll be using it, not on a build actually that really would fit it. We're running it here with what is for the Pestilence build, the Langmo setup. But notably, this build doesn't have any weapon handling. That's why I've quickly grabbed it here. Next to it as well, we have put a different Super 90 here without any mods towards accuracy or stability. So we can kind of see a side by side as this, the Sheriff is basically based on the Super 90. Its bases and such are all from that. If we aim down sights here with the Sheriff, we can see that we have a pretty tight cone. Let's put the target at 20 meters. And that cone, that circle we see there, that is actually pretty representative of where the pellets will land. When we fire the Super 90, most of our pellets will land in that circle. And same is true for the Sheriff. But of course, the Sheriff with its accuracy, 100% accuracy doesn't mean it's 100% accurate. It is basically going to half the size of the circle. But it's actually a little bit more than that. And that's one of the quirks that seems to be because it's working through a talent. We'll see another one as well in a second. Here, though, when we shoot as well, we'll see that actually like one pellet hitting there, one pellet lighting up is enough to kill the enemy. Now, of course, part of that is it's 35% damage, but also part of that is that, for instance, when we shoot with this and we hit multiple pellets, one of the things is that this, of course, has a drop-off that is pretty severe, already starting at 11 meters, I believe, with this SPS, with this Super 90 SPS. As I'm, of course, blanking on where our... Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, that was dumb. Got the weapon toggle. Why am I not seeing the 11? I'm awake, except not. Yeah, let's see. I could try to like edit that one, and it's gonna be easier just to do it from fresh. Even if we kind of go over it again. And here to put some shots through it at the range just to test it out. We'll put on not something that is actually aligned for it. So we're taking the Langmo setup here for the Pestilence, but we're taking so because it doesn't have any weapon handling, where strikers or such would have some on top. If we then look at the Sheriff and kind of how it just behaves, we see that we have a much tighter cone than if we compare it to the Super 90 I have in the second slot here. And the circle that we basically see there, the pellets will land in that circle. That is quite commonly the size representation of the pellet spread on shotguns. You can already, for instance, with Golden Bullet and such, see very much that, yeah, shotguns can become very accurate if you have a ton of weapon handling going into them, or accuracy. But 100% accuracy doesn't mean 100% accurate. This isn't a slug thrower. Generally, if you're doubling the accuracy, the circle size will be halved, effectively. It is a stat adding onto it, and basically the size is reduced by 100, by basically 1 plus 100. It is in the same way as weapon damage or something like that would be. And because of that, we have diminishing returns in that effect, but also it doesn't become 100% accurate. It is basically basically a 2 multiplier to its accuracy instead of it being a 1 multiplier without anything there. Then when we fire as well, we'll notice actually that with the Sheriff, we're actually killing quite quickly on this enemy. And a big part of that is that optimal range that it has. When we look at the Super 90 here in the stat, as we toggle through it, it has an 11 meter range, and that's when its drop-offs are to occur already. Its damage drop-off is pretty severe, and of course the Sheriff doesn't have that. Even though it doesn't have basically an effective range up to 100 meters, because if we're shooting things that are way further away than, let's say, this 20 meter one, we still, yeah, we're not hitting many of our pellets there. But because we have no damage drop-off here, especially when we are landing most of our pellets, we're going to get the kill. Even though, for instance, when we swap to this, we still are landing a bunch of our pellets, but the damage drop-off is already triggering in and, yeah, dropping off that damage quite a bit. There is definitely something to be said for a weapon that, yeah, doesn't have really any damage drop-off, especially because shotguns are very much balanced around that fact, as we'll see in the numbers later on. So having a weapon that already has a really strong talent from a damage perspective. This is basically a 35% amp, as this weapon damage is. And yeah, that's basically perfect sadist, always active, without even any conditionality to it. On a weapon, because also on the shotgun and the Super 90 and the SASG are basically the burst kings of the shotgun category. So from a damage perspective, it can definitely compete, and we'll see that also in the gameplay. And then, of course, yeah, it has this accuracy going for it and not having that drop off. For the time being, and this might get fixed in the future, it's already on the Trello board, there are some quirks to this. If we go into cover, actually, and then aim, we see that basically the weapons are now the same in their circle size. This has what I've taken to calling basically inverse braced. Whenever we go into cover, it actually does not apply that accuracy. And this is a quirk of it being a talent and not just being done through a mod. Because if it was just 100% accuracy through a mod, this wouldn't happen. Most likely it would just work as if we have 100% accuracy stat going for it. But because this talent is weirdly set up in some way, yeah. And it is definitely, it's not just visual as well. The spread is much bigger. Interestingly, it is only when, it is basically just applying to when we are looking at it from ADSing. Because actually when we don't ADS, it is still way too accurate for basically a weapon that we're blind firing. So it is still active there. And actually that makes for a decent good use case of it, just blind firing it from cover. Then if we compare it to a Super 90 with equivalent accuracy, we see a little bit of an issue popping up. There we'll cut it because, yeah, first I needed to cough, and also that's a decent place to cut it. Yeah. As through the magic of editing, we have suddenly a spot on here on the holster slot, which gives 10% accuracy as its brand bonus, and then also has a 38 accuracy here as its basically special stat. And also that shotgun that a second ago didn't have any accuracy mods on the Super 90, we have now 2 accuracy mods here. So we have 30, 30, and here we have basically a 48 combined. So we have 108 on this Super 90 basically now. If we then equip it and kind of look, yeah, that's way bigger than the Sheriff actually still shows. And it is also just purely less accurate than it. If we go back to this, and then also we need to remove the holster, of course, we just equip whatever. Yeah, this is definitely a smaller circle, and in shooting it, it is definitely a tighter cone. So this weapon isn't actually 100% accuracy, and through it being through a talent, it is kind of annoying. It does seem to be around 180. I'm guessing maybe it's even double, so it's actually acting as 200% accuracy, as that's around the level that we can, with some other items with weapon handling on top here, I've reached around 180, and that seems to be around the same size for the Super 90. So yeah, that 100% accuracy is actually even, it's more than that even. And that does make quite a big difference. This thing, while being a shotgun, ends up playing not per se as a shotgun. I tend to use it more as effectively an AR would or such. We don't want to shoot way too far because, yeah, even for instance with an AR, it is kind of hard to hit 50 meters effectively, consistently. But for 20 meters and such, it's pretty respectable to just, yeah, land all of your pellets if need be. And that is actually a very important fact for this. A lot of people have been kind of thinking of, well, which shotguns does this replace? To me, it isn't that. It is actually which ARs does it replace. Did we cover all the things? Accuracy there. yeah, from here we just go into the numbers, right? Put this away before we forget. Actually, let's go to character 4. Yeah, let's go to character 4. Something here. No. Because we need the Hunter Fury. Then we need to be here. And then here. So I should already take the link here.
Safe area detected.
A day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Biggest something. Let's. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we do calculation intro and then, yeah. And let's start moving towards some of the numbers. Yeah. Let's start moving towards losing our voice. One sweaty boy suddenly. That's fine. Yeah. And let's start checking in on the numbers side of things. For that, of course, as always, I've prepared a spreadsheet here. We'll be looking at 3 multi-calculators here. And of course, this will be linked down below so you can go basically, yeah, have a look at it for yourself or even copy it and alter some of the stats. If you copy it to your own Google Drive, you can edit the stats if need be. These are multi-calculators of my design. They go over, or what? I lost all energy there. Let's try again. And to go into some of the numbers now, let's go and look at this spreadsheet that I've prepared. This will be linked down below, of course. You can go and look at it for yourself or even copy it to your own Google Drive if you want to fiddle with it and like try other builds that might interest you. These are, of course, multi-calculators of my design. We see them quite a lot in the build showcases and in these in-depth looks. They are, of course, available for anybody that wants to go through them and that wants to use or go through them. My brain is. This is also why I haven't been doing videos lately. It's been kind of sick still, so my brain isn't working at all. Take 78. And let's start going through some of the numbers. And for that, we'll, of course, go to this spreadsheet over here. It'll be linked down below where we have a trio of multi-calculators to go through. We'll look at the Sheriff here on Hunter's Fury and then comparing it mostly against other shotguns to kind of keep it within the class. Then we'll actually take it here to a calculation that is going for Striker's Battle Gear and putting the Sheriff up against actually different weapon classes, putting it up against some SMGs and some ARs and even an LMG there. To kind of look at it holistically, because it, yeah, as we discussed there, I don't think it just actually competes with the shotguns. It definitely competes against everything, kind of. And then also one of the builds that definitely stood out as this is getting the Sheriff in there. So I wanted to kind of look at how I wanted to set it up is actually the PFV for shotguns in the build collection, 516, I believe it is. And I've already made some decisions there, and they'll be implemented actually with the start of the next season. As always, I will say that, yeah, these are multi-calculators of my design. There is a video on my channel going over how to go through these and fill them in for yourself. Input happens down here with the stats of the gear and the weapon base stats going into here, together with the weapon stats going up here. And what we especially get at is a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS, and especially percentages to compare between. We can fill in up to 10 builds, and we can compare up to 10 builds. Let's go start on this first one. All right, that was a little cleaner. Or was it more Rikers? Da-da-da-da-da-da. And let's start here on Hunter's Fury. An obvious place to stick some shotguns, and especially I wanted to kind of see and compete it against some of... Compete it against what? Compare it against. Anyway, with this first one, we'll start with Hunter's Fury. I wanted to compare it against some of the other shotguns and look at how it competes with those. As of course, that 35% damage that we get there does come at a cost a little bit as well, as it doesn't have any other mods. So we don't have, for instance, what we would expect on most shotguns. We could put usually 2 crit chance or crit damage mods, and that does make, of course, a damage difference as well. Now, the Sheriff basically has a higher base by 35%. It's already also in the DPS tables, and you can find the base damages there as well for it. It has been introduced into there already when the PTS came out, and in the PTS it had 35%, and they kept it basically the same. Even the same bugginess of that when we are in cover was already in the PTS and was pointed at, but sadly did not get fixed before it reached the live game. Here we are looking at it, yeah, effectively on this Hunter's Fury, the one on character 4 in the build collection. Actually, it is... yeah, 4.12 in the build collection. And here we're just sticking it into a Hunter's Fury. Now, actually, it doesn't align perfectly well with Hunter's Fury. You can definitely use it on a Hunter's Fury just as a shotgun there. And it is one of the strongest shotguns, as we'll see around in a second. And... but we're not per se making use of its optimal range or its effectiveness up to higher ranges, because we still want to be within 15 meters, of course, for that Hunter's Fury buff. What I do find, though, is it is kind of handy to have it, because even with Hunter's Fury, sometimes you take shots at beyond 50 meters just because you kind of have to. If there's a sniper pretty far away, you'll just take some pot shots at them instead of, not shooting at all and just taking a hit from them. So in that, it works decently well. But with Intimidate, especially here, having a 10-meter range on this build, that's been one of the consistent things that I've been finding that there isn't really a great solution to, is that a lot of chest talents that we would normally use for shotguns, like Intimidate, don't align well with the Sheriff, of course, which has a little bit more range. But then also the ones that we use for SMGs and ARs, a lot like Obliterate, yeah, that doesn't work out for shotguns that well. Where with, for instance, Strikers and Heartbreakers, it counts per pellet hit, and that gives you each 1 stack. With Obliterate, it isn't that way. Obliterate counts per shot. So you would need to actually, for instance, for perfect Obliterate, to land 24 shots with this shotgun before you stack it all the way up. So then that basically just leaves Glass, but then Glass has its own issues, which we'll kind of look at a little bit later on here. Here first, though, just sticking it into Hunter's Fury, the basic place to kind of compare it against other shotguns. Then what we see here is, if we compare it to a like glue with Perfect Brazen fully active at all times, basically, Brazen gives us 28%. Now, Perfect Brazen actually does have the text of it of on a kill, you get an extra 8%. That isn't correct, actually. That is a remnant from the PTS it was in. Originally, Brazen was just 8% by itself. It was 8 stacks of 1% as a separate multiplier. When they changed that to be 3.5% that it is nowadays, that text on the perfects kind of vestigially stayed there. But that text was to imply that when you got a kill, you would get a full stack of it. but that applies to all Brazens, perfect or not. If you get a kill with Brazen, you get basically a full stack. That's one of the reasons that it does actually work out decently well, but of course just landing 4 pellets will already get you some level of buff, but you need to land all 8 pellets to get the full 28%. Then there's also with like glue, technically it's not going to be there on the first shot, of course. You need to land the shot, land preferably 8 pellets, and then on the second shot it's going to be active. If we compare it like that against the Sheriff, the light glue at full stacks is ahead. And I've seen some people kind of go like, oh, this means that the Sheriff like is bad. No, because yeah, all of the constraints that we just talked about, it's only from the second shot onwards. You'll be doing a lot of shots hopefully, but it's definitely not there on the very first shot that you take, Brazen. Secondly, if you don't land 8 pellets, which it's a shotgun, it's not, you know, most of the time you're actually not landing all 8 pellets unless you are really on point blank or doing something, you know, specific where you're just sticking it into an enemy. This is Brazen in its best case. Sheriff is just doing this. Sheriff is just doing this. If, of course, it can miss pellets, but then it's dropping just damage from a perspective of basically losing a pellet getting hit, an accuracy issue basically. When Brazen doesn't hit all 8 pellets, it also loses on its talent a little bit. Now, of course, this is though, because yeah, Brazen by itself is 28%. And effectively what we see here, because the Super 90, of course, is the base weapon of the Sheriff. So what we can tell from this actually is that the Sheriff, because it's lacking that crit chance or crit damage mods that we could have on the Super 90, effectively that 35% is maybe around the 20, let's say 26-ish, 27% maybe. Because a separate multiplier of 28% is basically a little bit over 1% ahead of it. And that does, of course, yeah, matter against some of the other shotguns that also can have, for instance, some of the mods there, like the SASGs and such that we'll see in a second with Brazen. But that does mean that, yeah, that 35%, because we don't have the mods, we could see it more, yeah, in the 27% range with the mod loss. But that's a 27% that's always active. On top of that, you get the accuracy. On top of that, you get the optimal range. To me, the light glue is something that I'm never going to use again. The Sheriff will fill that hole, basically, if I'm, for instance, using it on here. Where it doesn't compete, of course, is, for instance, Tinkerer or such, where we would want to go with 2 talents, and we can't have an exotic or a named, but light glue already wasn't an option there. Or, for instance, yeah, if we want to have a different exotic, because, of course, a Scorpio, while it can't really do great damage, as we'll see in a second, it can stun lock an enemy, and there is some value to that. So we could run a light glue plus a Scorpio, and then use the light glue for damage, and the Scorpio just to stun lock. So there is still cases to be made where the Sheriff doesn't get used, but damage isn't it. Damage-wise, I would consider this the very best shotgun that we have from a DPS perspective. We won't be looking at it here at all in this whole video as a headhunter. You definitely can, but the M870, basically when we're talking headhunter, the M870 or even the SPUS 12, both are much better contenders for it, and it's only down to that base damage. Generally, what we want for headhunter is a high base damage and then not something horrible alongside it. So if, for instance, if we're comparing, let's say, the Model 700, or the Model 700, the big one, against some of the bolt action ones, we're okay giving up a little bit of damage just to go to some of the bolt action magazine-based ones because they handle a lot better and the reload isn't horrendous. So sometimes it is okay to give up a little bit of damage if we get other things in return, but in the case of, for instance, the M870, it's actually our go-to for headhunting, and its base damage is still a way ahead of the Sheriff here. But there is something to be said, especially for the Sheriff, and its ability to basically land all pellets on a helmet. And because of that, it can be used in Headhunter, but we're not really going to go into it thinking or talking about Headhunter here. You definitely can use it for that. Headhunter is strong enough that it will just carry it along anyway. And there is, yeah, again, something to be said for its accuracy, but that isn't really the scope here. We're going to look at it from a DPS perspective, not per se from a headhunting perspective. If we then look at just having a Super 90 with Killer active the whole time, that already was less than Brazen. Brazen is definitely one of the stronger talents from shotguns. And while Killer is can sometimes be more consistent, yeah, it is behind the Sheriff basically on that Super 90. If we then go to the SASGs, basically the Super 90 and the SASG from a burst DPS perspective are the top dogs. They are the burst kings in the shotgun category. The SASG is even a little bit ahead of the Super 90, and we see that here represented as well with its Brazen active, even just normal Brazen, because again, perfect Brazen, normal Brazen, they basically are the same. The only difference is how many pellets need to hit. So for this, we would need to hit 6 or more pellets, which does definitely eat into some of the damage, because yeah, there's quite often sometimes where we would hit just 5 pellets. The light blue with perfect Brazen would still activate with 5 stacks basically. The SASG here with normal Brazen wouldn't activate Brazen at all, and that is a very big damage loss at that point in comparison. But when we have that, yeah, the SASG is quite a little bit ahead. Of note as well, actually, the as bad as the reload still is actually on the Sheriff, because that's one of its lesser traits, even though they gave it a magazine reload. That is actually an important point to make here. Yeah, they gave it a magazine reload instead of the per shot reload of the Super 90. That did actually help its reload for all shells when it's reloading all 8 shells. But you do lose the ability to just put in 1 or 2 shells after firing 1 or 2 shells. So you will always do the full magazine reload. There is pros and cons to that. And honestly, I'm fine with it either way. I don't think it's per se an outright improvement, because honestly, running a Super 90, one of the things I do like is, yeah, you get like 1 or 2 shots, shells or shots out, and then you just reload 2 shells. And that is generally much faster than the full magazine reload that we always have to do with things like the Sheriff or things like the SASG. One of the things that we have as well is, for instance, having Tsunami. Now, Tsunami from active perspective, of course, Pummel isn't actually a really good damage component. It is just 40 weapon damage. That isn't nothing, but it isn't as big as, for instance, yeah, Brazen or such. And we see that result here. But of course, something like Pummel or Tsunami, reloading the weapon for you, that's already something that is very strong with shotguns. Pummel is one of the go-to talents for shotguns, not so much for its damage end. Its damage end is there, but it's mostly for the reload side of things. So we shouldn't per se look at it in that way. One thing we can look at here is actually if we just take out the reload and put this to 0 seconds, this isn't realistic, but just for the sake of argument, then the sustain end of things actually does bump up quite a lot. So if you're consistently getting 3 kills, even though we're losing some of the burst here with Pummel, with that Tsunami, after 2 kills we would reload it, and that is pretty consistent. And from a sustain perspective, that is actually very much the way to go, of course. If we're just always basically evading that reload, that's going to pump up the sustain by a lot, as we see there, in comparison to the pretty slow reloading shotguns around it. Then looking at the ACS definitely can output a lot of damage. Its damage per mag especially is really good, especially with Brazen as well. And yeah, it can output a lot of damage very quickly with Brazen. The thing with it though is you wouldn't use it as a general weapon, especially for instance for Hunter's Fury. You would just run out of ammo. We don't have very big ammo reserves for shotguns the way we have for ARs or for, well, ARs and rifles, especially for instance. Even with some of the faster firing rifles, you have a lot in reserve. Here, the shotguns, definitely the ammo pool is kind of based around, yeah, some of the slower firing ones. But what we see is that actually, yeah, from a sustained perspective, just because they fire so much longer, the ACSs actually do work out well in the sustain end and in the damage from mag sense. But they were never keeping up on the burst. Now, of course, ACS for stacking on Striker and such, still very much a competitive tool because, yeah, we're not gaining the same RPMs. And of course, the full auto nature of an ACS does mean that versus all of these other weapons that are not fully automatic, we're actually outputting this burst DPS. Here, unless we're doing perfect clicking, basically macroing it, unless we're doing perfect clicking, we're not actually hitting this burst DPS. That is an actually important note that we need to consider when we especially go against more automatic weapons consistently. Then we have the M870. Now, M870 is much more the headhunter king of the shotguns, but it can actually compete decently well, especially on the sustain end versus some of the other shotguns. It has a really fast reload in comparison to the Super 90s and such. But from a DPS perspective, it definitely falls behind. Then we have the Scorpio. Here we're doing the Scorpio both with the 20% active on it, the 20% basically 8-shot, which isn't going to be active much for it, or 9-shot. Although, actually, it's also active on the 8-shot and then also active on the 9-shot. There's some wrong textiness that we'll look into in the future. But the Scorpio, especially since the base weapon of it, the 612, really got hit with Project Resolve, and also kind of deservedly so. That one was very much the Lexington of the shotguns of its time. What we see here is that the Scorpio, even if we have that 20% active, it isn't keeping up, of course, on the burst end or on the sustain end. But what the Scorpio does is, for instance, stun lock an enemy. It doesn't matter if we're taking 2 more shots to kill them, if they can't hurt us back. So there is still definitely something to be said for Scorpio, and I feel that's, from a shotgun's perspective, of course, the real competitor to it. Overlord, Sweet Dreams, we're not even going to look at, really. What we can take away from here is that this Sheriff is actually kind of on par with a Like Glue at full output. And then on top of that, we have accuracy and optimal range increases to it as well. Let's take it into action and see it for a bit. Talk too much. How long was that? Jesus Christ. I went kind of slow and long. 15. It's fine. That one's the like main look at it anyway. Even though 15 is a bit much, but we hit a lot of points that actually I should have saved for later. Look up here. This we it does not include the talk. Okay. Yeah, that could very well be. Yeah, if that lines up with it, because yeah, that kind of looked already there to be the difference, right? The 10%. But yeah, now you figured it out. So, yay. Yeah, let's go take this to shoot some people. What do we do actually? I was thinking of doing like the start of the UA, kind of, maybe. Either that or doing some summit. Where are we on summit actually? Oh yeah, I haven't transferred to floor 90. I got that one. Now we do the start of the UA. Yeah. Let me get you over here. I need to pay this. I went a little long, and yeah, at the end I was about to have a coughing fit. But that's just, yeah. That's also why this video is kind of late. Last few days, my voice, now I was like, I'm not gonna stress it too much. I need to make. Yeah, let's just do the start here. Yeah, maybe we're done. Let's turn off the modifier. And here, let's just see it a little bit in action and kind of get a feel for it. We are taking that Hunter's Fury. As we said, it isn't per se in line with it, and we'll see some other builds in a minute. But what we are taking here is Hunter's Fury with that Intimidate. We want to get close to trigger Adrenaline Rush to get Intimidate going. And we're kind of going to use it as if we were using a light glue. So if I was using a light glue, which I was using in the past for this build, either that or Tsunami, I would get close and just shoot people in their pretty faces, pretty dumb faces, or pretty faces, either way. Now we can still, of course, do that here. Nothing is preventing that from happening, but we have more options than that. And that especially is kind of, why this, to me, really isn't the Hunter's Fury weapon. Now, there though, with that medic that kind of got away from us, we could still very easily take him down. If I was running, for instance, around with, let's say this, actually, what is it? SASG with Killer here, I would need to actually close the distance a little bit, or I would rather close the distance a little bit, just to get all pellets on target. But with the Sheriff, we can actually reach out a little bit further. We are giving up our Intimidate. If we do so, we are giving up if it's even longer, because Intimidate reaches up to 10 meters. Past that, then at 50 meters, we also lose Hunter's Fury's buffs. And yeah, we don't want to do that, of course, with this build. So we just end up using it here like a shotgun. One handy trick, actually, if you are running Intimidate, we've already discussed this in the shotgun Hunter's Fury build showcase. If you pull out the shield, the Striker Shield, now of course the Striker Shield already a really good damage bonus, but one of the traits that it has as well, it has this cone, of course. That cone actually is 10 meters, so that is also our Intimidate range. I use that as well quite a lot as my guideline, as we see on the wall there. So basically when we get into range of it, we can very easily notice if we are or aren't in the Intimidate range. And then of course on top of that we get the Striker Shield from Firewall Specializations bonuses there. We do also want to be close enough to trigger Adrenaline Rush. Now my shield isn't the strongest, even though I'm kind of pushing it a little bit. We'll get revived there though. And we overextended, but that's fine. Now here though, normally with a shotgun, these ranges would not work. But here with the Sheriff, it does. But it will work better on a gear set if we were running it on something, a gear set or brands that didn't have the range limitation. If we're gonna use it at those distances, of course. And the accuracy is enough, for instance, to go through the eye or through the little ledge that they have. Oh, Jesus Christ, why am I playing this aggressively? Also, wait, isn't this... Oh, I was running it with Memento earlier, wasn't I? Oh, we are going to cut it there. I don't have any blue cores, do I? Nah, get there. That'll do that. We were running it with Memento a different time. So I took the blue cores off. It's like, why is my shield melting this fast? Like, I have a 2-tier shield. No, I don't. I don't have a 2-tier shield unless we make it a 2-tier. Also, the overlay was on, actually. So, we need to restart anyway. That's how awake I am. Yeah, that's far. Pointing it in. Yeah. We'll leave that in as a for people to know to spot it. That mark. Yeah. And let's indeed go shoot it a little bit in actual anger. We'll run it on that Hunter's Fury. As we discussed a little bit, it doesn't actually align too well with Hunter's Fury, but this is a place, of course, where we would use shotguns. It's basically, for me, replacing the light glue here. And we're going to use it like that light glue. I would usually be pretty close range with that. We're running it here with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush. We do want to get close just to trigger Adrenaline Rush with that Intimidate. We do have 2 blue cores here, extra just for the shield, and we're running that Striker Shield, of course, with Firewall. I do have it graded actually here as well, with this Sheriff is already graded to 30. So it is, as good as it's going to get. And that's more than good enough, because already Hunter's Fury, not the strongest set, not per se the go-to, but especially its abilities, for instance, with its disorient, which will likely come into play in a second. For instance, on a wave like this, when they're all spawning together, I'm gonna just kill this guy. Oh, well, these guys were out of range, but yeah, it disorients the rest and gives us an easy kill. That is actually one of those things from Hunter's Fury that is very strong and kind of gets forgotten sometimes. That disorient is actually really nice. We do need to be in 50 meters, so we need to be close enough for that to actually trigger, of course, but yeah, that is a different story. Here then as well, I'm using that Striker Shield, and one of the things with the Firewall Striker Shield there is we have a damage bonus into that cone that we see in front of us, but that cone is also 10 meters, which is a good indicator for me for if we are or aren't in the range for Intimidate, because Intimidate is also 10 meters, of course. So if the enemy is within that cone, we know Intimidate is going to be active on them. And for a large part here, I'm just using it in the way we would, just a normal shotgun. I am kind of closing the distance. I do want, of course, the Hunter's Fury buffs to be up, so we do want to be within range. We don't want to be too far away. But the thing is, with especially the Sheriff here, we shouldn't think of it as a shotgun, and we'll use it later on for instance, with Coco. And that'll give us a completely different experience. Because here, yeah, at these ranges, I don't have Hunter's Fury active, but I can actually kill at that kind of range if I fall back enough. For instance, yeah. I'm not per se in Hunter's Fury ranges, but of course, yeah. We have enough damage here for solo scaling elite or heroic enemies to drop pretty easily. The thing is, though, currently, we don't want to be in cover. If we are in cover, we have that issue with the reticule being much larger. So instead, yeah, we'll use tall cover and kind of peek around it. I thought actually it wouldn't be too big of an issue, but I find myself getting very annoyed by it here and there. There are places where you just want to be in cover for a second and just, you know, take some pop shots at enemies. Especially, for instance, if you're on a balcony and you want to shoot down. Let's say, you know, this is a ledge over balcony. You can't shoot down normally like this. Normally you would go into cover and then, you know, aim down, and you would aim over the cover down like this. But then you're in cover. So you lose that accuracy buff. It is on the trial board. Maybe in the future, well, hopefully in the future that will be resolved. But for the time being, it is a little bit of an issue. We'll grab the shock rounds here. And yeah, we'll push in further. And yeah, I'm basically just using it as a shotgun, and the way that this feels, especially on this build with 2 blue cores, I'm very familiar with this build, and this feels a lot stronger than basically any, especially here without modifiers and such, even on, you know, no global event or anything to boost our damage. This feels way stronger, or this feels basically just as strong as the light glue, but then much more effective. Because also, for instance, on a heavy like this, even at the range I was at there, let's say 10, a little bit over 10 meters, with light glue, I would expect all 8 pellets to hit, but I wouldn't expect all 8 pellets to hit the chest plate. It would hit maybe the helmet, maybe the legs a little bit, maybe especially the arm. But here with this thing, I can actually, you know, do precision strike on the chest plate and destroy it as quickly as we kind of can. That does mean, yeah, that does make a big difference. And of course, from a damage perspective, this thing is a little bit too strong. Already in the PTS, I was not in favor of how much damage this thing had. But the downside of it is that, the reload. Likely, I would have just as good of a time running a Tsunami, for instance. Because we're doing more than enough damage anyway. I could do basically the same effect as we're having here. I'll skip the loot here. We could have the same effect with the Tsunami, and then the Tsunami would reload for us. We would likely not kill the heavy as fast, for instance. It would likely take a shot or 2 more. But we don't have to deal with the reload as consistently. And there is some value to that. But I feel basically things like glue or just stuff like that, I wouldn't per se use those anymore. This is, if we're going for damage, this is the tool I'll take. And then really only what can compete with it from a DPS perspective is especially, yeah, either Scorpio for its utility or Tsunami, for instance, for having that reload. I just want to point out, just as a trivia thing, we'll see in a second here, this guy normally kicks this table over. I'm going to actually eliminate him before he can. I'll murder him first. But the table flips itself. It's a self-flipping table. Just some minor trivia while we go through here. We do definitely, with this want to be in range. I do also want to mostly take the hits if I'm taking hits on the shield, even though it's not a very strong shield, it's just 2 tiers. But actually, yeah, going into cover was the wrong choice. I kind of instinctively went into cover just in case something was alive there. There wasn't. But because I was in cover, actually, I couldn't just go through the hole there. Let's go up to the next boss. We'll just go up to that point. But what we see here is, effectively, this should look like just running Hunter's Fury here. But from the perspective of just gameplay, it just does feel a lot stronger and also a lot more, for instance, here as well. Just going for the head, landing all those pellets on the head. I wouldn't comfortably aim that high. We'll skip that later. I wouldn't comfortably aim that high if I was running the Tsunami or in the past a light glue or something like that. Having the ability to kind of aim high and generally be confident that most of the pellets are going to land on the face does make quite a big of a difference. But to me, it makes more of a difference if we're actually at mid-range. And of course here, the build dictates basically the range. We don't want to be at mid-range. But here with Intimidate up, we can very quickly deal with an enemy. Actually, as we talked about, just blind firing, the accuracy, it doesn't seem to be as accurate as we're basically shooting like this. But it is actually more accurate than I feel the gun should be if we're just blind firing through cover. One thing as well, that's just because actually if you run or run shotguns with a lot of accuracy on them, when you're moving, the accuracy actually blooms out quite quickly, and yeah, it does take a second to kind of come back, especially if you have been running around for quite a while. And that is definitely something with shotguns, similar to when you are running MMRs, for instance, with Hotshot. You want to come to a standstill, kind of let it become accurate, and then take the shot. The thing you can do, though, is just take the shot right away, and then the second shot will be more accurate. But you'll see me here and there kind of give it a second just to get accurate when standing still, and then take the shot just to land accurate shots. But that's just a trait that you'll have to get used to. That's basically true of most weapons. Even SMGs on the first few shots, if you have been running and you come to standstill and then you aim in, it takes a little bit before the shots become accurate. It's just more noticeable on a gun like this that is really blooming far. We saw it a little bit here, and it feels very powerful. Like even here without modifiers on, I actually feel like we have some modifiers on. Basically, that's the difference there. This is a great 30 weapon though, and yeah, definitely on a build that is capable. But it's definitely maybe a little bit too much sometimes, I feel as well. Let's go look at it on strikers and see actually how it performs there. How was that? 9. But we got to yap about a bunch of important parts of it. Oh, let's go put it back on character 1. I don't know, we got you here, and I did. Then mods. So actually, or you mean just crit? Because of course, yeah, good, but then the base damage would be low. It's effectively, you know, it's a trade-off anyway with that thing. Like they would just balance it differently at that point, likely.
Thank you for your cooperation.
But it's already very OP, so and I wouldn't per se agree on making it more OP just outright. Yeah, let's go to character 1 again. Or do we go somewhere else? No, let's go character 1.
Safe area entered.
Be your one-stop shop.
Curious to see though if they fix the accuracy, if it's going to become less accurate. Because the thing definitely is. Not at 100% accuracy. Yeah. Invulnerable for a second. I need a button. Yeah, let's go and record this. Sure, set you up. Also, let's turn off Moody Fire already. Well, likely we'll take it into combat with Coco. Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see actually. Yeah, let's go to this one. And let's look at it here on Strikers Battle Gear SP there. The reason we're looking at it here on Strikers is, yeah, we can of course use shotguns already for Strikers with stacking quickly with the ACS especially. Now the Sheriff isn't the ACS, definitely not, but it also isn't a slouch. One thing we can kind of look at is that, yeah, we have here 192 RPM with Strikers extra RPM on top, of course, there. And yeah, that is already, of course, oh, actually, you know what, let's stop that there for a second. I should have that separately here. This for both of these. I was about to say like it's around 1500, but let's just have the exact number. Why not? And here let's look. That was a little bit too fast on the setting. Or on the set in. And here, let's look at it on Strikers Battle Gear. The reason we're going to look at it on Strikers is, of course, with Strikers, we can stack per pallet. When we do so, for instance, with the ACS, what we're basically getting is the RPM of the ACS times 8 pellets. All shotguns always fire 8 pellets, same is true for the Sheriff. What it effectively means is that if we're using the ACS and we're hitting all 8 pellets, we're stacking up on around 2800 RPM there. Why I can't read 2880. Okay. Take 79. Should have just powered through it, but yeah. And next up, let's look at it on Strikers Battle Gear. The reason we'll look at it on Strikers is twofold. First of all, Strikers, of course, doesn't have per se the range limitations that we had with Hunter's Fury, but also Strikers, as famously we all know, can stack with per pellet with the shotguns. All the shotguns always fire 8 pellets, and especially the ACS is the go-to for that, of course. Here on a Strikers with equalizer on top, so we have 20% rate of fire on it total. Even a normal ACS, and this isn't even a stack broker, we're taking just an ACS, that is already 2880 RPM effectively. Basically taking this RPM times 8. If we hit all our pellets, we're getting 2800 stacks per minute. Now, of course, that is a lot of stacks. We can't fire for a whole minute, but we can stack up pretty quickly with an ACS. Sheriff, if we were to fire it at its full RPM. Now, of course, the difference between these two, one is semi-auto, the other is full auto. With the ACS, we just hold the button down, it's gonna fire at that RPM. With the Sheriff, we need to kind of click a lot, and trying to hit the RPM perfectly is just never going to happen the way that it will for an automatic weapon. We can get close, but if we were to hit its perfect RPM and hit all 8 pellets, we have 1536 as our RPM. And that is, of course, a lot. Even if we aren't hitting it perfectly, we can kind of consider it in the range of around, 1400 maybe. And that is actually close to, for instance, a Vector. Definitely better than some of the ARs can stack. Now, the thing is, though, for instance, here I am running it actually with the equalizer, also just as a direct comparison for some of the other ones where they will work decently fine with obliterate. Now, of course, we could replace this directly with glass for the sake of discussion, but just here, to keep it simple, we have taken the obliterate variant. For obliterate, it is per shot, so there it's counting it every shot. Now, with the ACS, we can put out 20 shots pretty quickly. With the Sheriff, 20 shots, or 24 shots actually, that need to hit and have a crit in them. Although every shot will likely have a crit in it to be counted. Yeah, that's going to take a lot longer to get Obliterate going. Just for the sake of argument, we've done it with Obliterate. And then especially we're kind of trying to compare against some of the SMGs and some of the ARs here. And that is, of course, the interesting part. How does this actually compete against not shotguns, but other things? Because shotguns are actually really high in their DPS. Their biggest downside is their optimal range. That was always their limiting factor, and because of that, and also their accuracy at range, this shotgun, of course, really mitigates both of those. It still has a long reload, as some shotguns do, as most shotguns do, but the accuracy and the optimal range is actually mitigated quite a lot. If we compare it versus an SMG9 here with Killer active at all times, basically, yeah, that SMG9 is not in the same ballpark. It is basically 20% behind at full stacks here. And that is a big jump, of course. This is very much considered, a top way to run the build. Same for Lexington with Killer, 68%. And even on the sustain end, because they do best sustain a little bit better, of course, so their burst is not catching up, but their sustain definitely is. And that's always going to be the discussion here, because the sustain will very much matter, because here we are firing 8 shots, and then we have to hit the reload. It isn't even a 50-round mag, and its firing time is way shorter than all of these. But even from a sustain perspective, they don't actually catch up to this shotgun. And of course, landing, you could likely say that you could land more shots with the Lexington at 30 meters than you would land with the pellets, basically here with the Sheriff. But especially at shorter ranges, you can land all the pellets of the Sheriff in the same way that you would with an SMG9 or a Lexington or such. Of note as well is actually if we even take strikers with backfire, and for that as well, we're just taking a full red striker. Even with a full red striker, so it doesn't have any hazard protection, the backfire at full stacks is just barely keeping up with, on the sustain end or on the burst end, with the Sheriff. Now, on the sustain end, it is way ahead, and that will mean also still for the places that we use the backfire, like the incursion and such, we can get to that 200 stacks, or well, to the 200 crit damage, the 100 stacks. We can get there pretty easily, and because we can do so, and the burst is basically around the same range, but the sustain is so much better for the backfire will still be the go-to for instance, right and for instance, the Lovebirds and such. But this is a contender. This is definitely, a safe second place, especially as well because its talent doesn't need anything. Its talent, from a damage perspective at least, is just always active. And that is very important too, because if we're using the backfire not in those places where we can pre-stack and such, this is of course always just doing that damage effectively. And yeah, that makes, this is really the powerhouse that the Sheriff is, kind of showing the powerhouse that it is. And to me, it is not as, it's not going to be as meta effectively as, for instance, Ouroboros was for the duration that it was pre-nerf, basically. And it's mostly going to come down to it not being fully automatic. an SMG that is fully automatic is much easier to use than this sheriff where you have to click a lot. That'll likely keep it kind of contained. But in certain situations, this is really strong. And one of the things that stands out to me here is, yeah, especially against ARs and such, it is much, much ahead. Like it is a much, much more damage on both the burst and even the sustain with that horrendous reload. That means that I really want to have this as a secondary quite often. That's actually where I think this will live. And then there are fights where it's perfect for, where, for instance, if we're shooting at let's say a big target that even at long range is still pretty big, like Marauders, and usually is actually affected by being pretty far away, like Marauders. For Marauder fights, this is going to be our go-to weapon, I feel. And because we don't have a damage drop-off, it will actually, even for instance for Lexington or such, when shooting at a Marauder, it's not even doing this amount. It's doing less because it's outside of its optimal range for most of the fight. That isn't the case for the Sheriff. Because of that, I do feel very much that from a power standpoint, from a damage standpoint, this is definitely one that is maybe even overtuned a little bit. But I also think that having played with it a lot and having seen kind of the opinions of some other people on it, even though I don't agree with a lot of those, especially if you kind of understand the numbers here, I will agree that, yeah, it's not going to be a general meta, mostly because even for in my case, I was okay with, of course, running the Oreo and such, but that was an easy weapon to use. The amount of clicking required to make this work. And of course, as well, we aren't generally hitting that full RPM unless we're macroing it. And I wouldn't generally recommend macroing firing at all and such. That is too far beyond the TOS, I would say. And if we're firing by hand, we aren't hitting this RPM perfectly. But even if we drop 5% off of this, that's still way ahead versus, for instance, yeah, if we're just firing at a Marauder with a Lexington here. Even the MG5, that is a little bit above, for instance, the Lexington with Killer here, with Killer active. Because also, actually, if we take the talents out, and this will take the talents out of everything else, except for the Sheriff, because, of course, the Sheriff's talent is just basically always active. Now it's even, it's the Sheriff always having its talent active. Because, for instance, as well, Lexington with Killer wouldn't actually work against the most Marauders fights because we're not killing something else before we start shooting. So you would either go measured or some other talent, and yeah, you're dropping generally damage there as well. So this Sheriff, from a damage perspective, should basically always be considered. And that's why I'm going to be running basically one on every character. I want to have one on every character. And we're going to pull it out when we need this level of damage and when especially optimal range and, bigger targets at longer range really is an option. Let's actually take it out here, not on Strikers, but on Concentrated Company, which I think is really a strong build for it. Yeah. 929. Yeah. So actually, we need to pass it along. And then I should show the building name. But that doesn't. As long as the same build for everything. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna try random matchmaking first. I want to just keep it let's see what we get, and then if we fail several times, we might try to do a coordinated team or something.
Safe area detected.
I know it actually. Let's intro this build, and then we'll take it out. Because especially mechanically, Coco actually concentrated company, abbreviated Coco, definitely works really well with, for instance, all weapon types, and that includes shotguns. Here as well, we're not really taking it with anything that has a range consideration, so we can actually use it at longer ranges. And I'm going to use it effectively alongside of a Lexington here. We're going to take an ungraded one, just to also kind of show its power level without even having grading on it. One thing I am taking here, though, is generally we don't want the Coco chest. We don't want the Concentrated Company chest. Now, here, of course, if I was just running ARs or something, I would likely lean towards having an equalizer here and having just perfect obliterate. But of course, that perfect obliterate, as we kind of discussed, doesn't really line up well with, or obliterate in general, with the shotguns. Now, what we could do, and I've been doing that actually here and there, is first firing with the AR, getting some obliterate stacks going, and then swapping to the sheriff later. But if we run glass, and glass is definitely a good talent for this. Glass, of course, applies to everything and is always active. And because it doesn't have a stacking component, yeah, here, where we're using it with the sheriff, actually works really well. Let's take this actually into some group gameplay and yeah, see it a little bit in action. I'm just gonna try and ram the matchmaking and see if we don't run into too silly stuff.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
And here we're gonna accept a mission into air and space. Now, of course, with Concentrated Company, we'll build showcase it later, but we've already in-depth looked at. It's definitely a group build. I don't want to run this solo really at all. In solo settings, you can't stack too well just because of the mechanics that this has.
Agent, priority objective.
It's running 5 directives.
You have left the group.
I have left the group. I just went. I was running 5 directives in like stretch goal time, when there's also like no real benefit to like. I mean, gee, some people always want to level, right? Let's get set up again. I was hoping for. And let's here actually matchmake just for a random mission. This on heroic, and also just to show actually a thing I haven't showed in a while, and a lot of people I know nowadays again don't know it. Once you matchmake, you can actually come here to the social menu, see what mission you're going to go to. Sometimes it shows just the zone that the player is in, because if they aren't in the mission, it won't show that, of course. But most of the time, you'll see what mission you're going to go to. So here we're going to space admin, and let's go load up on these on this random team. Now, the thing is, of course, with Coco, we do want to use it in a team. I generally don't run Concentrated Company at all solo. We also have the modifiers on. That's going to be a thing, of course, but we'll run it here with. But especially, we're going to try to stack up quickly. Now, these rooms actually here aren't great for me to stack up on. I didn't have a health kit yet because I just loaded in. And of course, that heavy really punishing me for it. But here, for instance, as well, I'm confident in taking out that weak point. And now, of course, with an AR, I would also be confident in taking out that weak point. But with a shotgun, that's actually notable. And of course, we have shotgun level damage. And shotguns by themselves already, as we kind of saw, even with their base DPSs, for instance, in the base tables, they're actually quite a bit ahead versus ARs, versus SMGs, versus LMGs. And that's, of course, then usually mitigated by their range limitations and by their, basically, also being semi-auto. Now here, the semi-auto is still there. their accuracy is also usually bad. Here, the accuracy and optimal range are mitigated. The reload isn't really, and neither is it being semi-auto. Here, though, actually with the next wave, I'm going to definitely set up on the door that spawns the most enemies here. And try to, of course, get ourselves a lot of stacks. Because one of the things with Coco here is that we want to stack up enough to get some damage out of it. And we kind of can. We don't even need to do the striker stacking based on RPM. We just have to hit enemies and hopefully our allies tag them as well. We went through the elevator wall there. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. Reality isn't real. My drone decided to come. We do have a drone here, just as an extra point of stacking. You see me going into cover and then jumping out. And yeah, I just kind of haven't ran this too much today, so I'm kind of getting back into the feel of it. And we do want to mark the enemies and hopefully our allies shoot them alongside of us. Here though, with this door spawning a lot of enemies, it'll work likely well and we'll get a bunch of stacks going from it. And Coco, with its stacking mechanic especially, works out well here, especially with glass and such on top for this weapon. Because yeah, once we're kind of stacked with it, we can get a lot of damage out. I'm surprised that my allies are not setting up for here. I'm actually going to go in cover, and even though I'm giving up the accuracy bonuses, although, well, not on blind firing, but even blind firing like this, pretty effective at these short ranges that we're at. I would love for my allies to kind of put some stacks on these on top for me. But we are kind of half stacked now. We'll likely stay with this team and go through the boss room here as well. But just having a shotgun where we have the confidence to hit out far enough is definitely more than we have had in a lot of shotguns. There, I took a risk. I was hoping to reach that cover before that that turret took me down. We are, of course, glass. That does come with a price. I'm actually going to set up here on this side. I see the weird thing happening here of nobody actually setting up for the door. Usually, most of the team sets up for that door, which is usually actually the wrong thing also to do because they spawn all around here. But I'm going to take this high ground here and deal with some of the enemies that I know will try to take this high ground because this is a common place they rush to. Not having Hunter's Fury here and not having range limitations, I'm perfectly fine using it up to the 30 meters there that we kind of have there, or 20 meters, or even, yeah, kind of long range pelting. And while it definitely doesn't have the hit rate of an AR or such, we're still getting enough out of it. There's a turret down there which is really messing us up. But also, I'm just going to go deal with these guys. We don't have Fog of War on, so I see it coming from a mile away that we need to go deal with our flanks there. And effectively here, I'm basically using it as an AR, but at AR ranges. But as we saw, DPS-wise, even if we're not landing all pellets, yeah, we basically, if even 2 pellets miss, then we're doing AR damage. So... And there's a thing to be said as well. Here we're doing alpha damage, basically alpha strike style damage. We're hitting really hard on a shot and then, you know, we have a long interval in between instead of, for instance, ARs where we're just hitting, you know, damage with short intervals in between. That does mean, especially for things like glass, if I'm playing it well, one thing I can do is kind of poke out for a little bit, take a shot, get back into cover. And there is some safety in that. There is definitely some safety we can derive from that. Here though, actually, here on the high ground that I came here to, normally we would go into cover there. But I can't because, yeah, I would lose our accuracy again. Hopefully that is something that gets fixed. One of the reasons actually I waited a little bit with this video was I was thinking maybe they'll do a patch in between and maybe fix it. But they didn't, so... But hopefully for the start of next season, there's still no longer be an issue. I'm actually not fully stacked. yet, which is actually surprising. But one of the things as well with this is that I have definitely found, especially if you're playing in two-man groups or, you know, even more solo as well, for instance, especially with strikers, is that you kill too fast to really stack. So here as well, quite often when I'm putting a shot out to an, especially a red, I'm quite often one-tapping them out of existence. That means that, yeah, I'll get the one stack off of it because I killed them, but I'm not actually, you know, nobody else is getting to shoot them to give me extra stacks. But we're mostly stacked here now. My hive is also back. I generally, as of course, always explained with toolboxes and stuff as well. I'll play pretty aggressive when I have my hive, and then if I lose my hive, I'll be less aggressive. So this boss, even with an LMG, unless you have a optimal range mod on it, is always going to be outside of optimal range. Now here, I'm not going to be able to really go for that backpack, for instance, but I can output a decent amount of damage at those ranges still. Big target like that is pretty juicy for this, and especially as well, everybody shooting it there gave me a bunch of stacks. One thing I often do is once I'm at full stacks, I'm not going to do it here because this is the last room anyway. I would trade in that drone I have, because once we're fully stacked, it's no longer going to be too big of an issue to get stacks, keeping stacks basically. And I would trade it for, usually for myself, a pulse just to see where all the enemies are. But here, especially with Coco and that glass chest, we're kind of giving up the limitations we kind of had with that Hunter's Fury. Using this thing kind of more mid-range is very effective. This thing is actually a powerhouse. The biggest downside of it is you kind of get, for those maybe familiar in the past of having run a classic M1A, it very much feels like that. It's similar RPM and stuff, and that does mean a lot of clicking. Not as much as, for instance, yeah, if you're running an ACR SS in the past or something, those were way more clicks, but still, it's a lot of clicks, and you do feel it after a little while. I feel that's actually going to be the balancing factor here, is that it isn't fully automatic. But there, yeah, we took out some damage. Now here, we'll look at the end stats here. I'm going to give it a second for that to load up. Although here with True Sun missions, the damage end of things is only really going to be based on who got the most, who has got the most weak point destructions there. And even though we joined pretty late, we did have a contribution there and even almost got up. But yeah, the damage is definitely from the weak point that I do go for quite a bit. There we saw it with Coco. Definitely, I think this is one of the stronger places to use it. But most of the time, I would just be lazy and use this AR. Trying to just always run this outside of, you know, when it is needed. If you're tryharding always, sure, but I don't tend to. I'm okay doing less damage, but being a little bit more comfortable. But definitely the damage on this should not be forgotten.
You have.
Yeah, let's catch up here for a second. As record for those coming in and such. I'm recording, as the title also says. Or this will be tomorrow's video on the sheriff. Oh yeah, I made a few sacrifices for this character just to have a sacrifice on them at all times.
Hey, gotta stay awake.
And skin this one. And then yeah, we discussed the PFE and I show it, but I'm not gonna take it into. Although maybe shit. I was gonna say maybe we take it in Summit and load up some hunters, but or not hunters or rogues. But I have a floor 90 thing. I could try and transfer that real quick. For next season, free hand jobs. Either gender, or either gender from either gender as well. From any genders. To any genders. I feel everybody would be happy then, right? Who doesn't love a hand job? Nothing too much. Realism mode is going to be like the anniversary season. Don't per se care too much for realism mode. It's not aimed at me. It's not going to be my thing. I'll try it out. I'll give it a solid chance, but yeah. Strike build equalizers and elements. Max, what would you recommend for farming crafting materials? Kind of depends what you need. For a large part, honestly, farming levels, especially when the 3 times and 5 times are up, and getting some scavenging points is generally going to be faster than anything else. Because even just getting 1 level, and if you just need some steel, getting 1 level and getting 300 steel, that's more than you could farm up quickly. One of the things to do is just generally, so if you go here to these, it shows actually which factions drop which ones. If you need a certain one, you can kind of go for that faction, just killing them a lot. Especially their drops add up over time. Like just, if you're going after a faction a lot, you'll notice that you're going to be full up on them. Pop in all the resources along the way and stuff on top. And then for the optimization resources and such, it's a little bit different. Trying to get some of the blueprints for tactical assessments can be pretty good. For SHG calibration and field recon, you also do it with the watch, mostly, honestly. The pharmacy levels. So likely in the upcoming season, we'll have some 3 times and 5 times. Those help a lot. Like if you can find the time to grind up the full 1,000 levels in the 3 times and 5 times, those are the best times. But in general, just farming levels is if you can run 5 directives, you would generally need a build that can run 5 directives well. Headhunter builds can usually do it. OD builds can usually do it. Pistol builds can do it too. But doing it with 5 directives on heroic, and then especially farming public executions and propagandas and such. Territory controls aren't that great. Hostage rescues are also decent, but they're not that common. Or farming a lot of control points as well early on is decent because you also get... it's generally a little slower XP-wise, but you also get blueprints. So, and then especially going up against outcasts with something like Determined Hotshot, yeah, that's gonna be really quick. I'll link here actually to the recommended build list, because some of those builds I just rattled off, they're in there if you're not familiar with them. Where are we going? Oh yeah, well, I don't even need that. Let's go to character 4 and just quickly discuss the buffer. Oh no, this is character 5 actually. What am I talking about? Do we swap over?
Entering safe area.
I mean, we kind of need to. I totally forgot actually. Yeah, we need character 5 there. Yeah, let's go to character 5. Oh well, I count 2 for character 1 there, which is character 5. Oh yeah. Oh, and then as well, we can take it actually into Summit and do a rogue fight. Yeah, you're welcome, Randall. Also, yeah, just playing a bench gets you already a ton of resources, just regularly deconstructing. Although starting out, yeah, you want to fill in your library and donate a lot so you don't get much resources. It's a little bit easier later on once your library is filled up and you're not longer, donating as much to expertise. How long is this already? Oh, really? 1 or 2 already. Yeah, I would just do a short part here and then. Yeah, let's go to second account here because I need the PFE on this account. Totally forgot which PFE this was. Let's load up fully here and then we discuss that and then we just do a quick summit rogues.
Entering safe area.
Puffer.
Here you go. Best gear in the city. Come take a look.
Why do you have random item there? Oh, it's from earlier when we're doing Capitole. Oh, I think audio break? Audio break? Maybe. Sounds a little off. That should fix it, guaranteed now. Yeah, let's take it here. And lastly here, let's quickly discuss this PFE setup. This is the one on character 5 in the build collection. This was, or this is 516, although a little altered from the build picture, where normally this was with Scorpio and a light glue as the weapons, and then together with the catharsis. Here I've taken to put the sheriff in there, and actually we brought in a coyote. The thing is, of course, with the sheriff, we don't have any crit chance or crit damage mods for it. Especially with this build, I was running crit chance mods on the other weapon effectively. Now here with the sheriff, we can't. So we need to make up for that lost amount of crit. And yeah, we do so here, for instance, with the coyote. I'm setting it up here at 54,117, and this will likely become the build picture going forward. We could, of course, also go with a chill out and then go with the overdogs. And that was actually one of the first ideas I had with it. But it turns out losing that brand bonus that we basically, or well, losing, getting 5% armor from the Gila brand bonus. Honestly, that loses quite a bit. We are a little bit better off getting the exotic talent here from the coyote. At least I feel so, based on this spreadsheet here. So, especially looking at it first here with the light glue as it used to be with the catharsis. With the catharsis maxed out, actually, it is kind of the same damage output as it would be around now. So basically, this sheriff version is the one we have currently finalized it as. And that is also competing against the overdogs here. But the overdogs is at a 50% activity rate, basically, here with the numbers. If we set the overdogs, as we quite often have it, we can basically discuss it in, how active is it. If we set it at 100%, so it's basically always active, then of course nothing is going to compete against that 30%. That 30% is a lot. But of course, in reality, it's not going to be that. And especially with a PFE like this, where I'm going to take it up against rogues or such quite often, they're going to deploy skills. Those skills will become actually the thing that overdogs will be active against. And because of that, I actually would prefer not to have actually overdogs here. Because we have to take, if we are taking the overdogs, of course, if we put the overdogs here, we need to kind of make up for it, at least for the PFE parts, make up for that. And that really only goes with chill out. If we're putting any piece in these slots, we basically only have the chill out as an option to make up for that. Chill out will come with its own brand bonus, of course, and that brand bonus is kind of eating up some of our basically our opportunity at, for instance, having a damage talent the way that this has, or just a damage brand bonus. Yeah, that's too big of a loss overall, because especially if we kind of go back here and set it up as 50% uptime on the overdogs, which, you know, depending on what we're doing, might be more realistic. Then already this coyote, even at the 0 to 15 that we want to be in, it has intimidate, of course, so we do want to be at close range. But I've set it up specifically at that 54 because we could, of course, try to sneak in some more crit, although actually we can't on the build itself because of the mods being used for PFE. It is stuck on that 54. Then we're kind of, even in the mid-range, we're still getting a little bit from that 10% crit chance actually being active. But at a 50% uptime on the overdogs, if we compare basically the coyote version versus the overdog version, yeah, the coyote version is doing decent, then of course it's going to also give a group buff. Because of this, I've gone the coyote route with this one. Even though the Tarsus one also already would do decent. Here we haven't had it with the Sheriff, but of course this is basically the old version of it. The Sheriff didn't exist back then. We can say that the light glue is likely a little bit ahead here with the max stacks on the brazen, the perfect brazen that it has. But the Catharsis, of course, is going to fluctuate between these two numbers as we get hit. But we also get some healing from it, and we also get some cleansing from it, which does have some value. Here, though, just because of the crit, because actually now, with this build, to make up for the lacking crit mods here, every piece basically has crit chance and crit damage, but crit chance especially, and we're still actually landing just on 54. Trying to go with the Catharsis here, and yeah, landing on 48, I felt was giving up too much, especially if we are going up against some rogues or such. Let's actually take this into combat and just kind of look at this somewhat more tame, or well, more defensive build, and what it still can do with this weapon. As of course, in the past, this would be running Scorpio, and especially with Scorpio, we would stun lock the enemy and eventually kill them. But the speed that this can do now in damage output is definitely something to pay attention to. We already had that in the past with the light glue, but especially having that tighter spread, having that longer range, even though here we don't want to be at longer range, we have that intimidate that we want to be into, makes quite a difference. Let's take it to Summit for a second and shoot up some rogues. Yeah, catch up here. So something come through. A little rambly. But it's but. Fine is fine, but is but. Let's take you to meet. Oh, you have a floor 100? Although, yeah, that's fine. We'll reset it here. Actually, we need to do it there, don't we? I have a floor 90 on the other account, so I'm giving up floor 100 here. Because, yeah, we need... Oh, actually, we need floor 4 or higher. God damn it.
I need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
It's likely we need to do, like, a few floors here. To at least have... Because floor 1 doesn't spawn rogues. But first things first, let's reset the checkpoint. Are there any orbals that deal with damage? Actually in that recommended list, just above you. Go in there, the tech tanks, which are style of build. So this is, for instance, the Heartbreaker and the Striker Tech Tank. These are my go-to for solo play and such. They're pretty tanky, especially with their shield is tanky. You do need the momentum for it. You do need Technician unlocked for it. So it's not per se very much a starter build, but once you have those pieces, this is my go-to kind of solo play. They're tanky enough and have enough damage for anything heroic. Oh, actually, Palm, if you're willing, because that saves some time. I could steal that from me. Invite me if you wanna, whenever if you're ready, or join on me, and I can give you a lead to go. Okay, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, finish up what you're doing, especially. Because also actually, in the meantime, let's burn down some resources on this again. Remember this one being... No, okay, I've taken care of it already. Outgas is low. It's surprising. Actually, let's still... I had it set up. But now let me know when you're... Or, well, free to join on up, and then I'll give you a lead. I'll work to you. So already think about how we want to conclude it. Let's pull up the build collection as well here. Because we'll discuss it as well as hey, it's going to go into the build collection. It seems. Because yeah, we'll just do a rogue fight here. Just want to strangle some rogues, and then we'll basically take it to conclusion there.
Another agent has joined your group.
Is this all of the parts? Still need to actually open up all my caches and stuff, and open up all my caches.
Another agent is now group leader.
On main account. What is your tipping skills? You end up with what would you sacrifice? Yeah, definitely take it to 100 to 60.5. Even with the other one, even 62. Yeah, I just made your lead, so it'll be your checkpoint if we go on. Because even with like two crit chance, what I'm nowadays doing with Equalizer, 2 crit chance mods on the M60, and then oh, actually, wait. They still took us a floor one. Wait, they're actually... Oh, maybe because I set the elevator. Get that. It is when you set the elevator, isn't it? That's it. It's not just going in. There we go. Been a while since but yeah, even that one I set up at 62. Like it's fine to waste like 3 or 4. You're putting crits so high that not having like the full 60 is always gonna hurt. Alright, that's pretty far. Yeah, thanks, Bam. But yeah, I'm gonna just cycle here. But then if you're okay, hop in it. Grab a full red.
You are no longer in a group.
Yep. Yeah, let's murder ourselves until we get rouges. Here, maybe we record it as well. Maybe if we get it early. But yeah, definitely put one more crit chance in there. Because also the crit damage is kind of, you know, you're going to get it from shooting. Yeah, let's actually record this just also. I've done a short on this already, but just to... Actually, did I do a short on this? I think we included in something else, maybe. And also just quickly to kind of show how we're gonna spawn some rogues just to fight. I've come here to the summit. We're on floor 44. Basically any floor that isn't the boss floor and isn't floor 1, there's a chance at rogues. And one way we can spawn rogues if we need rogues, if you ever do need rogues, I'm demo, is to come out the elevator, blow yourself up, you know, toss your hive away so you don't get revived by it. Every time we respawn here on this floor, there's a chance at rogues. And here, I'm gonna, whenever the door opens, there's, you know, a chance of it. I'm gonna do this times or 2, and let's see if we actually get it here. You do want to have a full red build so that you get downed from 1 grenade. That's also why we're not on that PFE build that I'm going to use in a second. But quite often, a few times. Actually, so let's do that again, and then. Also, wait, do I have a red build that isn't? Also, you need to be off. Yeah, as we record that, and then I want to kind of catch it as it comes. 060. Sometimes it's well worth it. Like if it makes sense from a, especially there, like from a numbers perspective, if it makes sense, it's worth doing. Because quite often, like going to 61 and such is sometimes even fine. But here with tipping skills, like even going 63 is is doable. The 64 was kind of a limiting one in the past. That's why we went 58 with the Cheska chest, but yeah. Actually, let's be on the other grenades first. And actually, as an extra tip, just to show how to get some rogues if you need some. Here we're in the summit. We have come here to floor 44, which was a checkpoint I quickly borrowed, helpfully by Pumic. Here we can get rogues pretty easily. Any floor that isn't the boss floor or isn't floor 1, you can get rogues pretty easily by just wiping and starting a few times over and over again. Every time we wipe and reset, we have a chance at rogues here. Toss my hive a little bit further away. I am on a full red build. We are taking the concussion grenades. Flashbangs aren't going to kill us. Neither are, for instance, frag grenades or flame grenades or such pretty consistently. And we're just going to grenade ourselves and respawn. Every time we do so, we basically get put back in the elevator. And every time we do that, there's a chance of getting rogues. So when the door opens, actually, we got very lucky there on this first try. Although, I'll give away that was the third try. But we're going to load up that PFE now. We'll take it in without any modifiers on top or anything. Let's go decimate these rogues. And yeah, we're going to use that sheriff. I do want to get close. Here we are going to use it basically as a shotgun. And this PFE, especially with Scorpio in the past already, was very strong. Here we won't have the stun lock from the Scorpio, but who needs a stun lock when we basically delete them? Here a build that, at least against them, yeah, they won't do much damage to us. Their skills can. Their skills are not elite. It's just, you know, their skills are weak and puny, but that's They do more damage because of that. But here I'm just gonna chase him down. That bleed hive is pretty annoying, although I think it timed out already. And here, especially with Intimidate up and such, we're gonna make easy work of them. There's no reason to have PFE setups. Just have an easy time with these rogues. This definitely will, on this PFE, be one of the places we definitely are going to put the sheriff. Let's go here. Did the other one die? Oh, yeah. Not sure what we could do. Yeah, so that is that. Yeah, let's. Yeah. And with that as well, we'll come to the end of this in-depth look into the sheriff. We didn't go over way too much of this. We definitely also did not cover headhunting with this, where it is also very effective, especially because you can land all pellets, for instance, on some of the helmets. But there, I feel it is kind of obvious for the people that want to use it in that way. They'll find their way to it. I especially wanted to look at it from a DPS sense here. And from a DPS sense, this thing is a monster. Only really constrained by the fact that it is a semi-auto. And that'll be actually its limiting factor, I feel. To me, I was very much concerned of like, this is going to be the new meta going forward. And it's definitely part of the new meta going forward. It is a very... Sorry, god damn it. Despawn. Completely distracted me. Oh yeah, these guys are going to despawn, aren't they? Yeah, then let's take it to... Let's take it back to base. Maybe. Yeah. I forgot that they are not going to stay there that long.
Safe area detected.
I've got what you want, Agent.
Actually, I will just be in this. Yeah.
I hate guard duty.
Oh, one of these assholes. God damn it. I do want to be able to pull it out, although do we even need to? Not really. Let's just go find a quiet spot. Where people don't hate guard duty. And with that, let's take it to the conclusion of this in-depth look into the sheriff. This thing is definitely a beast. That was already clear with the PTS that it was definitely going to be a contender. it isn't going to be the general meta going forward, the way that, for instance, something like the Ouroboros definitely was in its first incarnations coming out. And the reason for that is always going to be that we have to click quite a lot for this thing. This thing is semi-auto. Because of that, it is always going to not be the first choice. It is always going to be relegated to being used when it's needed to be used, because otherwise we're just, going to be clicking way more than we intend to. I do enjoy playing it that way. Definitely looking at it as just a shotgun is kind of the wrong way to go with it, I feel. While it is, to me, definitely the direct replacement for any light glue that I used, that wasn't that many. That was just basically some of the places like the PFE build that we saw a second ago, and for instance the Hunter's Fury with shotguns. There they'll replace them, just not per se making use of the range or such of it, but just using it as the damage powerhouse that it kind of is. To me, the place where it is really a threat is going into strikers, going into, for instance, as well, Coco, as we saw, and taking it as effectively a secondary that we use against certain things. Warhounds in the distance, heavies in the distance, and marauders in the far distance. To those things, this is definitely the go-to tool. But even without that, if you are willing to click, if you are also able to click as much as this thing needs to, because definitely not everybody is going to be up for that, then yes, you can make a lot of use of this. That's also why a lot of people have asked, well, when are we going to see some sheriff builds on the build collection? It is definitely going to go on a bunch of build pictures. Now, as we discussed, this Fury shotgun and the PFE for shotguns, those definitely are going to see this as a main weapon. But honestly, this is an all-rounder. I'm going to treat this as basically the Oreo was before it got its reduction on the RPM. I'm going to want one on every character, and there's going to be situations where this is the best tool for the job. It can output a lot of damage without any prenup needed, basically, because we don't have anything we need to trigger or stack for it. In itself, it has its damage bonus always there, its accuracy is always there, and its optimal range is always there. I do hope in the future they do fix up its when we go into cover, that it is basically inverse braced effect that it has, because that is very annoying and something that I hope they fix in the future. I'm curious to see as well if that happens, if its accuracy maybe changes a little bit, because definitely its accuracy is more than 100% that it tells us. But because of that, it's actually more usable, of course, because it does seem to be more than that 100%. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video as we went through looking at this sheriff in depth. Sorry for it being a little bit late, as you may have noticed here as well, coughing a little bit here and there. I've been a little bit under the weather and finding it hard to find the willingness to record a long video like this with my throat being not in the best place. But we finally caught up here, and I'm very happy about that. And this thing will definitely make it onto the build collection, mostly in the next season. At the start of next season, as with all seasons, I'm going to go through the build collection, even though it's the anniversary season and isn't a real season. We'll still do that. Go through and kind of refit some of the builds. I feel in a lot of places it's going to go onto the side, but especially even, for instance, for strikers or such, here and there, I might replace an ACS with this as the secondary and stack with the main weapon, shoot this when it is appropriate. And I will likely see a lot of use. I've been enjoying it quite a lot. It is a powerhouse and honestly one to really go and get. And even though, for instance, the master mission is a little quirky and you basically should watch a guide on it if you're interested in doing it, by just especially the end boss being a little, well, you basically need to crossbow. Let's not mince words about it, because otherwise it turns into a slog of a fight currently. And it's unsure if that's kind of the intended mechanics for it, but that's besides the point for here. I hope you did enjoy this video. If you did, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of chilling here. In the future, we are going to go into next season. And towards the start of the season, I might actually do a little bit of content on Division 1, as I've been enjoying it quite a lot recently. Also, on the 8th of March on Twitch, we'll go and actually level up a character. So if you're interested in joining me for that, please do, as that is the anniversary of Div1. And actually, in a little bit after that, on the 12th of March, when the anniversary for Division 2 happens, I'm going to start 4th account, which that's a sentence. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to having a fresh start and kind of seeing how it is nowadays for new players. And we'll, of course, turn that as well into making some content, making some videos about how it is nowadays for new players and some tips and tricks for that. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. But for now, thank you for joining me on this one. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. There we go. That was a few like too many outros there, but outro steps, but I should have gone back from the that's fine. I'm not gonna redo that. It's fine. I wanted to go back to this, but yeah. Let's take this back to base. Let's go back here. I'll edit that together tomorrow and have it go up tomorrow. I think I made it way too long, but it's fine. $114. It's kind of in line with a lot of in-depth. Do you want to swap accounts back? Kind of want to swap accounts back. Maybe just play for a bit. Because you don't have any, yeah. Let's swap accounts back. It'll take me. I don't want to get extra caches there. Actually, with the caches, I might go and open some. I don't know if anybody's interested in free stuff. If you're on PC. Because yeah, let's maybe actually open up my caches because I really need to. It's the last few days guaranteed because it ends on Tuesday. Delete that. I think it's supposed to use the Oregon on the bus. Yeah, but it's not like the first part is not. Unless they've server patched it recently or something, but I don't think they have, right? Like on the first parts, if you don't break his chest or if you don't break a part quickly enough, it's a slog afterwards. Well, even without that, right? Like, unless you actually do health damage or, well, underneath the, not health per se, I mean. Until you do damage underneath, the water cannons don't pop up, do they, right? Or I haven't done it too much, that thing. I've done it like 3 times just because it's not enjoyable. Okay. That wasn't my experience with it, but is that more recent change or is that just us not paying attention in the past? Yeah, I've mostly just crossbow them to get them to that point. The first 2 times I did that fight, like, yeah, no, the water didn't come back. Maybe it bugged that in some way, but oh, okay, it's like, yeah, no, so yeah. That's not been like, I also seen like other people have it in the same way, so that's what we took to just breaking him right away. Speaking of which, I might actually go do that mission. Still need to do it on this character. I was gonna go do the heroic, so tomorrow we do it on master. Well, actually, no, let's go open caches. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's interested in some free shit. Because a lot of the I'm gonna open up a bunch of caches. I'm going to share their contents. The only thing I am going to keep is
Entering safe area.
stack brokers, because I need a bunch of those. So, but if you're interested in Lexingtons, turmoils, other things, even like the raid stuff, I don't need any of that. But if there is any interest, we'll take some people along. Otherwise, I'm just gonna open them here in a minute. But let me know. From that it'll be rare, but if you mean just in target loot, you can get it. But from these caches, it won't be a common thing. No, German time needs to do it. I forgot to go back up, and then we're going to break the lady one. Okay, so that's what we were already can see. But also in our cases, I'm pretty sure we didn't get one water. But I might have also even bugged that or something. Okay, yeah. In my first few experiences with it, we had a lot of trouble with it. And then after I took to just always having crossbow on me for that fight. Thanks for the business. Maybe we'll keep it then for tomorrow. I wouldn't mind sharing it here and there. I guess everybody's ooey at the current time. Let's maybe go to that heroic. Still need to do the heroic on this character. Oh, actually, is anybody willing to give me their world? I don't know if you're around. Or give me basically a fast travel to that. Otherwise I can dual box, but yeah. I can imagine with that. But yeah, no, our first fight was just like slogging into him for like maybe 15 minutes till we broke something. And the second time wasn't that much better. But at least that time I put like 2 crossbow bolts into him before we went up. Okay, yeah. Or actually, if you can go to that mission so I can join on your invite me there. Because basically, yeah, this character doesn't have it. In the sky. Well, I just want the ironworks. That'll be enough. Because let's go, maybe get that in, and then still need to get this character to master, but we'll do that tomorrow.
Invite to another agent.
Thank you. Yeah, barring your summit, barring your mission. Barring all the things today. Which I don't know if anybody out there actually is interested in maybe doing this on heroic, but or if you're also, or if you're up for it. I just want to unlock the master basically. But actually, if it's the 2 of us, then I might go something a little bit more harder hitting. I actually forgetting Chest Striker here. I should grab the sheriff actually from the stash. What else is there? Yeah. Well, the rogue is pretty easy on this one. It's mostly the master is a little bit sluggish, but also actually from the masters, this one isn't the worst except the boss fight being kind of messy. Let me do this. No, that's not true, is it? No.
Lieutenant Atkins, division, the perimeter. Confirm your position.
I don't care either way, whatever you prefer.
My team's breaching the building.
Modifier zone is going to be easier, but I'm also okay doing
too
it
many bad guys,
harder way.
too few bullets. And Anderson? Got a mole on the inside, tracking his movements. Remember what we agreed. We want him in cuffs, not a casket.
Although actually no, we're doing it.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Go get a crossbow, but
Sergeant, we're already neck deep in a rebellion, so why the hell has a division chopper just landed in our backyard? The Mage's playing hero, sir. We're handling it.
I don't know if anybody needs it still on
They won't get far, sir.
not master. Let me know. I'll just stack up on that thing. That's what Chest Striker here works out perfectly fine. One of the things actually, I totally forgot. You don't actually, on the secondary characters, you don't even need to actually do it on Heroic to unlock Master. As we discovered with like character tree.
There's a train in the yard filled with munitions.
Well, we're doing it with whoever didn't have it that way.
Hacking initiated.
But I still want to just do it in the intended way.
Hacking complete.
Atkins, it'd be a lot more useful if I could get eyes on the site. One step ahead of you, Division. My mole's already patching you into the security feed.
Wonder if they'll ever figure out the.
I'm in. Looks like Anderson had this.
Or if they fix it, actually, more likely. The dude.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Sergeant, what's going
Eventually,
on
I'll
down
get the
there?
mask.
The defectors have broken through the perimeter, sir.
We're not
Someone
on
the
maps.
inside must have rigged the place. Retreat to the foundry. If you suspect anyone of sabotage, don't take any chances.
We're just doing it on Heroic to put it on the map for this character.
Vital signs critical.
Get the weak bend here.
Agent out of action.
I'm taking a beating!
Atkins, your traps have made quite a mess out here. There's a fire blocking our route.
Sorry about that.
This
It's next to a water tank, if that helps.
Have that instead. Actually, I'll go back for this. Well, actually, I think we need to clear out the wave after, right?
Pressure valve destroyed.
Agent, there's
It's
another
weird that
pressure
this
valve
is
near
like
you.
less
Maybe that
actually
will
on
get the water
Master.
flowing.
But yeah, you're on heroic. Yeah, we don't need the crossbow. It doesn't have that mechanic. Because otherwise I would have gone and grabbed the crossbow. But I just want to unlock here the thing. I'll do it tomorrow, Master. Because also I actually haven't done it without reanimated. Unreanimated looks super easy for.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Especially modifier plus reanimated.
Call off your dogs, and this ends right now.
Lieutenant Atkins, so you're the architect of this rebellion. Too bad. We'll stamp it out before you even scratch the True Sons.
Do yourself a favor and watch your back.
Shooting all the
Loyalty's in
things.
short supply these days. Was that you again? Not this time. Sounds like the furnace is malfunctioning. Is that a good thing? Not if it blows up the foundry with us inside. You gotta be kidding me.
Is that? Yeah. Yeah, it is the same, yeah. It's like, wait, they're different than others.
Agent, can you send me a diagnostic report from the furnace system? Maybe we can figure out what's wrong.
Oh. Why did that? Okay. Go ahead. Decided to vault up on the other side completely.
Looks like there's no coolant entering the furnace. Then there's two options. Increase the water supply or release the pressure. Your traps blow up the water pipes. Guess that means there's only one option.
Should go back to Obliterate actually for these.
Agent, the pressure's stable, but it won't last long if you don't turn off the power.
You're going nowhere!
All you need to do now is release the molten metal.
Next to the guy. You're gonna keep staying? No.
Good job, Agent. The furnace should be safe for now. We'll try not to blow it up next time.
No, blow it up more. Is that safe? I didn't know if that was safe.
Vital signs critical.
Atkins, what's your status?
Got all the exits covered except for the sewers.
Agent, I'm sending you directions.
Anyway. Amazing. What's a good LMG? Especially the MG5 is one of my go-tos. The reload is quick. It feels more like in between an AR and an LMG. Otherwise an M249 / Mark 46 is pretty good too. Oh, Iron Lung, yeah. Iron Lung is decent. Actually, even Pesty is decent, especially if you go like Glass Vigilance. Striker stacks don't apply to it, but you can kind of... Striker is just a good damage set, and then... still benefit from it a lot. And especially MG5 is just a really good armor. Which the Iron Lung is based off of too. Iron Lung is a little less damage, especially if you're getting a good damage talent going.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Arden, Juno, what's the situation? We're securing the forge. Hold your position. Reinforcements
Load
en
zone.
route. Juno acknowledge.
Wait, what?
Captain Juno, respond.
I think I put you forward there.
Their signal's gone. Looks like they've switched radio band. Understood.
This is a little later.
I repeat, hold your position, no matter what.
Serious trauma detected.
GR9 is not something I would generally use. Like with Frenzy, it can be. Okay. I wonder. Actually, well, likely maybe if I open the door, but yeah, let's get through here. But yeah, GR9 gives up a decent amount of damage for its extra mag size and stuff. Which honestly, with how quick the reload is nowadays on GR or on the MG5, I feel it's kind of fine to just run that and do some reloads. But with Frenzy, there's something to be said for GR. Right? That's with Frenzy, which also then requires a lot of time to set it up. But there are some, especially if you get ammo hoarders.
Maybe you can activate the sluice gates.
There's actually some shenanigans you can do to trigger Frenzy a little bit more consistently. That's all. I became on movie and then on DLC and Steam. I need to reinstall, I guess, right? If you want to use like the Steam things, yeah, you need it to go through Steam. It is a different install. What you can do is actually copy the files over and then install into that folder with Steam.
I'm not losing more of my people. Your agents
Pretty sure that works for Stream too, or for Steam too.
Back to rescue them. Damn it.
Stream.
Agents do for the hostages.
Because they'll basically just verify that the files are there and then download whatever like it thinks is different. That shouldn't be allowed. But yeah, we're just trying to like launch the Steam version to kind of have it go through Steam, and that is a different install. It's kind of annoying. But that's also like how.
Roger that. Let's wrap this up. Remember what we agreed. Anderson needs to face justice, not a kill squad.
Well, for Pesty specifically, just to get those things on there for Pesty. For the other ones, just obliterate is fine.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Blowing up a backpack when I'm at Healthgate. Not very smart. In fact, some might call it stupide. yeah. Kind of used to the master spawns bar. Like, oh yeah, they spawn there. No, they don't spawn. Because that was also what I was holding back on the other one, was like, wait, they spawn behind us here, right? But no, that's a master. Let's deal with this guy. I should just go back to chest striker. And you know what? I might go Coyote. Yeah, with the chest guys exactly.
Agent, Anderson's locked himself in the control room. He's sending hostiles to your position. Hold your ground. This is his last.
I mean, that's just heroic.
Agent, Atkins' team are closing in on Anderson. Just hold out a little longer.
Setting up my turret.
Also, both of us are on like optimized builds and stuff. I don't have great weapons here, but that's about the only thing missing. He's maxed out for the rest. Use it for stacks. Also, bomb's a beast. That helps a lot, too. I'm definitely not performing like too well, man. I'm just carrying hard. Carrying hard or hardly carrying? There we go. Let's see if they got there some else. Oh no, especially not DZ much.
Agent, I see a water cannon close to your position. Maybe it'll give you an edge.
This is also still annoying where it's sometimes like, because to me there is no lava there. And it took me a while to realize that that worked in that way.
Their defiance before it spreads. Traitor spotted. Engaging.
Actually, let me close this section. Close the distance. I'll put a sledge on him.
Cut the traitors down. Victory's in reach, sir. Yeah.
Hostile volunteer drone detected. Serious trauma detected. An agent needs assistance. Agent down.
Moving on the flank. Get the fuck out of there.
Oh.
Agent vital signs 0.
That was a pop shot. Should maybe one of us go PFE? I'm more sure this fight we can kind of just tank him.
Agent, Anderson's locked himself in the control room. He's sending
Because we have
hostiles
enough
to your
damage.
position. Hold your ground. This is his last stand.
Where we did that? I'll run also up to that PFE after this fight.
Agent,
Because honestly, it's just about surviving the waves. That fight's actually so much harder when you don't have the modifier. Because I remember just sending out the guy to just be a decoy for me. And he kind of carried it on. Especially found the guy the medic guy. Pretty good for that. Because he also, when he did his ult, he would just be shock round, so he was just ceasing everything over.
Going for the flag.
We'll go out of combat, right? No? Let's open for out of combat there. Well, let's just try it with this. I'll take a decoy too. Don't need to know where he is.
Agent, I see a water cannon close to your position. Maybe it'll give you an edge.
Oh, it's all from earlier? Or... Oh, we don't go out of combat, you mean? Yeah. That's fine, man. One extra decoy is all we need
Crush
here.
their defiance before it spreads.
Traitor spotted! Engaging!
Ravenous stacks, I see. Oh, wait, you're trying to do one tap him?
Hostile volunteer drone detected. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down. Serious trauma detected. Agent.
Yeah, we need to survive this more than we need to hit that. I couldn't move there. We need to survive this. Let me give me a second to just swap the POV. We don't need to kill here, we just need to survive it. Tried the sheriff actually here with this one. It's a dodge.
Agent, Anderson's locked himself in the control room. He's sending hostiles to your position. Hold your ground. This is his last stand. Agent, Atkins' team are closing in on Anderson. Just hold out a little longer.
There you be, purple. What kind of a person is purple? Should actually maybe close the distance. Well, we're about safe. Actually, here, like with the tech tank, actually, I could likely have done it as well. Wasn't that? Because if I was solo, I would do that. Thing is, we're just not surviving that second wave.
Water cannon close to your position.
And that's kind of,
especially
especially with two man. It's. But also, I wouldn't try this on solo, honestly. Just do it on like just matchmake even. You'll likely get a good team at some point, and that's all you need.
Crush their defiance before it spreads. Traitor spotted. Engaging. One more shot.
Oh, is that helmet though? But you can't tank this guy infinitely. Let's not do that. So let's just deal with the ads.
Volunteer drone detected.
Go from there.
An agent needs assistance.
We lost one.
Let's see you run now.
Let's get the legs first. Body buff. Even though his helmet's off, I'm gonna first go for those just to get the buff, so. There you go. All we needed is to survive more. You know, let's watch this. I haven't watched this in the. But it really depends on if this is Atkins or if he's getting orders from Atkins. Because it seems like a different voice, and also why would it be like True Sun Defector 1 and 2 and 3?
Acknowledged. Roger that. Time's up, General.
No, wait!
The timer's counting up. How's the time up? Time can only be up if
what you've just cost us. He was armed.
If timer goes down.
That is not how we operate.
Let's make sure.
Anderson was supposed to face justice, not an execution. You knew what he was capable of. If my guys didn't act, we'd be scraping even more bodies off the concrete.
If you come back, I'm uninstalling. Somehow Anderson has returned. Engineers. Oh, does it have no engineers?
Look, Manny, I know this didn't turn out how you hoped, but at least it proves where we stand. The castle will take you in. But if you want to build trust with the
will
division,
kick you out.
we've still got a long way to go.
The PFE on this character, which is the regen one, basically. Which also works out well here, because it's kind of tankier. Let's watch this too. Just watched it.
Agent, after Mayhem's death, the pack scattered. The hyenas are reeling, and their grip on the streets is slipping away fast. Leaderless and broken.
This is well made, actually. As far as cutscenes go and stuff.
The True Sun's uprising left them more divided than ever. Whatever strength remained died with Anderson. And finally, there's Black Tusk. Sokolova tried to unite the factions. Now she stands alone. Agent, you've given the city hope.
Alone with thousands of White Tusk and Black Tusk.
We must be ready for the battles ahead.
Cutscene the dip. Yeah. So we got our heroic in, so this character is not eligible for master. But I'm gonna do the master at a different day, most likely. Okay. I'm gonna guess we both rolled over multiple times with weak point destructions. This is 416. I think. No, 450. This would be actually, if I'm doing this solo, maybe this is what I would take. Just it would be slower than some of the other PFEs, but it'll be more consistent. It'll survive longer. Yeah, let's take a chance. Yeah, thanks, Pom, for helping that there. But I'm gonna jump off here. And then tomorrow we'll do the master here. For this character, that'll be the last master I need. Oh, well, need. I don't need any of them. Then at least all 4 characters on main account have done it on master.
Safe area detected.
And the first character on second account. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the range. We'll do some dance moves to you and we'll leave you to it. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the help there.
You have left the group.
Solo speedrun. Yeah, is there actually a solo speedrun time on that like already is kind of set, or at least, well, because it's solo master. I'm likely not gonna attempt this one either on solo master. I didn't do the last one either solo master because that, well, actually the last 2. Mostly because the boss fights on both of them were just not, or that would just be super slow. It would be about just taking your time. But this one I'm like also not gonna do in solo, especially because of the special ammo. What do you mean? You didn't catch which one I meant? I'll just link to it directly. Maybe. I should pop it up in a sec. But they are just having some PFE helped out. We didn't have an issue with like doing damage. We had way more than needed. We had just the issue with surviving. When you do that, sometimes it's handy to like have one person stay damaged and then one person go puffer. Chameleon good for this is one of, there's a reason I've put it as the main weapon. It kind of aligns well with it. This is going to be close range. Could go, actually, Sheriff would also be an option nowadays for it, and likely decent damage. But here we're actually triggering, you know, these bonuses, and especially as well, we have a bunch of blue cores, so the weapon damage is actually proportionally one of the bigger talents. And like crit-wise and stuff, we're just taking, because I'm just actually taking only the crit damage part of it. We're not actually even, crit chance-wise, we're not even relying on that. Usually I just trigger the legs and the chest, but that works out well enough. Sheriff would also be an option here. This is all crit chances and crit damages, right? Yeah. So this would be 46 with Sheriff. Bighorn also doesn't have any crit. Would be an option. But it is one of those places like we're going close range. Chameleon, actually, if you're using it close range, isn't it? We can use no underspawn draws. Oh, 24 minutes. Impressive, yeah. It's faster than like my 4 mandarins. Yeah, let's round it out here. Let's go find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end. On the Twitch end. We'll go raiding. Let's actually we have available. I see. Oh, actually, that's the only person I'm following. Okay. Let's see who else is in the category because we raided them yesterday as well, I think. Especially, preferably English speaking, and then also not been going for forever because I'm always fearful of raiding somebody as they're about to end. Yeah, let's maybe do that actually. Then I see Manny starting up, but he hasn't actually started. Let's do maybe something until he has, and then and that. Especially rerolls here because I'm gonna not care about it anyway. Fires off. Reactivate that. Alright. I see, I don't remember now. Okay, so that's title. $78 eels. Plaza? Still Plaza. You know what? Let's grab. Let's grab this on this Fury. Let's grab Sharif. It's the only character that doesn't have their own sheriff yet. Let's go do a quick Jefferson Plaza, and then this Manny's up. We'll raid him. Something in here. Mission isn't set.
We need to prevent True Sons from using the Metro to transport chemical weapons. So start by disabling any operation.
As a mission, it's actually not like a super long one.
You saw what they did
This has a lot of enemies for its density. Yeah, Chameleon definitely wouldn't make it like for a long time as well. Kind of like Elmo now has a resurgence. I feel Chameleon had its wow. Especially if you're kind of using it short range, it works out decently well.
Agent, downtown West is under attack.
Actually, you know what? The way I want to run this. Let's put this back. We'll run the Memento version. You get retaliation. Yeah, overdogs can be gotten. You can get the blueprint from retaliation specifically, and then also it's just in targeted gloves. But that makes it also the reason to run it with retaliation. Set your target to gloves, you might get it to drop. Nowadays there's 5 gloves, so it's game. Why you make me hate you? Made me turn around and look this way, so everything spawned this way now.
He's flanking. Watch out! They're too close. How the hell? Shield on the move.
Scanning. Operational train detected.
Agent, find a way to put that train out of commission.
Should can I my sentence? And then yeah, retaliation. If you do hyenas, hyena retaliations, completions on hyena retaliations, that's where you can get the blueprint from. And basically, if you grind it long enough, you'll eventually get the blueprint as well.
Hostile radio
So, by doing it with retaliation, there's always like a light at the end of the tunnel, at least.
The subway's compromised. Then find
Eventually, you'll have all of those blueprints. We're curious as well on Fort Acantau. We'll definitely kind of beeline it for... we'll beeline it for getting an overdax. And just do hyena retaliations a bunch, and I'm curious to see actually how long it'll take me. Because for getting the blueprint, I kind of had, well, 3 different experiences. On PTS, it took me like... Even though I had all the other blueprints already, it took me like 6 or 7 just to get, you know, that blueprint on Heroic, which should be a 50-50. And then on main account afterwards, it took me like 8 or something. And then on second again, I got like second retaliation. I did have all the other blueprints already, so that makes them. Because that's also a thing, if you're starting out, you don't have the other ones. But. No, okay.
Damn it!
You've got a ballistic shield. I really do need to get in range. It's quite a different beast in range than it is out of range. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's nowadays 5 gloves. All of them also in target loot. So whenever you see an exotic drop, it's you know, 1 in 5 chance. I'm gonna run past this and then turn around and kill them. Because this wave doesn't spawn until we kill that one, so might as well.
There's an elevator that should take you to the mall.
Get myself close.
Still by the entrance. We've spotted a mortar team with them. These are probably the fuckers who attacked the castle.
Hostile forces incoming.
On me!
Who needs help?
What the fuck?
I've actually running the OD one. Should have maybe included that in that video as well. That is fine. Control points are a mix between manufacturing stuff and control points from
Contaminated area.
Especially doing the
what the hell?
The strongholds on them. Like the stronghold, if you, especially for hyenas, I would do that. I would just do D-Way. And then basically if you do the stronghold, you're guaranteed a full bar with the kills along the way. So for hyenas that have a quick stronghold, because also depends, like capital is a little longer. For them it's maybe doing 2 Lincolns, I think is like faster maybe. But if you're just trying to get retaliation after retaliation, yeah, just doing the stronghold. But also you can just kind of mix it up. Right, you can just kind of mix it up just for yourself as well, just to not be doing the same thing over and over again. On some discords, although as well, likely if you search on Reddit for retaliation percentage or something, likely There was an infographic that kind of was going around,
Excellent.
which basically had the
Send in a team to
percentages for each.
dismantle the rest of that crap once you clear the site.
Search golem mask and build some backpack and all the positions of it doesn't matter. One thing you would want, because that's what that build is using, is the like it's the one place where that's also why that build is set up in that the hunters the hunter killer. Oh, it's frame was messing up there. It is kind of centered around the hunter killer. Because if you're going that regen route. But yeah, the other positions, yeah, don't matter.
Tango down!
Generally in all builds, like if it isn't a named, or like all the other slots aren't named or something, then you can shift stuff around. I know where he's waiting. Always feel free to ask. Is that the game annoyingly doesn't make it too clear? I feel they should just at some point make that an in-game thing. Just like, you know, season XP is shown on activities and stuff like that. It should show how much agitation you get. That would be nice. It also has a gun. So that's a much more pressing issue for you, sir. Target has a sheriff. You know what I'm most disappointed by? The recording of that in-depth look. I didn't sneak in I shot the sheriff or like sheriff on a sheriff or something. Joke. I'm very disappointed in myself.
Don't let Wilson get away.
Stay right there.
No.
No more contacts. Great work. Wilson's unit is out of action, and you've crippled True Sun's chemical warfare efforts. Also, Kelso just reported in to confirm the survivors from the castle settlement have safely reached the rooftop settlement. There's no one doing what happened to them, but at least you make sure it won't happen to anyone else.
Why not? I'm going to keep it anyway, so.
Priority objective available.
So I should get that. Yeah. And build some with good defensive talent. Adrenaline Rush is going to be much more useful to that build. Mostly because Adrenaline Rush will trigger constantly, so you'll have it up. If you go Bloodsucker or Perfect Bloodsucker, you need to get a kill first. So your first kill is going to be painful until you get that, and then you have a little bit of bonus armor that might get like just damaged off of you. Because you need the bonus armor for Intimidate. Adrenaline Rush every 5 seconds will refresh, and as long as the enemy is in range, and the enemy, you know, if you're in range for Intimidate, you're in range for Adrenaline Rush. Because honestly, if I'm not taking that, I would take, like you can, I would more pair it with a Memento otherwise. That would be more like the thing to slot in there, depending on what you're doing. Like, yeah, not for a rogue fight, but...
Good trading with you, Agent.
But yeah, having the damage up front with Adrenaline Rush is definitely kind of the way to go. Let's put that back. Yeah, let's run to that. We'll go and send everybody off. Let me get you one last time here. Oh, yeah, I've just even read it just as Bellstone. Just, it was close enough anyway. No, I quite enjoy Retaliation as well. We haven't actually done much of it. Mostly I've been busy with other stuff. But I've also been like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do likely a ton of it on when we get to Fortican. So yeah, let's go. We'll go raid Manny here, as even though we did raid them yesterday as well, but they're just getting started, so it'll do the most good. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, also that sheriff video will go up. Tomorrow, I also want to look into how dual boxing would work through like Luna or GeForce Now or something. I've never used those stuff because I usually have my but I want to maybe record that Brooklyn video, and for that we would need basically both running at the same time. We could also do one and then the other, but that could get annoying. That could get annoying, like stream-wise. If I could run like an instant of Div2 in like GeForce Now or something, and then run Div1 locally, and then we can just alt tab between them. Then that would be a cool way to just go like show it first in Div1, then go into Div2, and maybe go back even in the Brooklyn side of things. But yeah, that's future stuff. Also definitely tomorrow jump into Div1 for a little bit and then go into Div2. Curious to see as well tomorrow if we get any news on when the new season is hitting. There are some rumors it's going to be just Tuesday. I'm just, yeah, I don't have an opinion on it too much. So they're going to be likely Tuesday or Thursday. Like that's the two options really. So, but I wouldn't be too surprised if it was Tuesday, even if they just hit it before even their stream and stuff, and then their stream is in the new season. But we'll likely have confirmation tomorrow. If it's going to be on Tuesday, they're going to explain that tomorrow, right? Yeah, let me get you one last time here. And yeah, thanks for the thanks. Let's go raid Manny O'Critty. Go raid Manny. He's done the briefing, Schaefer. He's doing some cantons. I guess he's still in the hunt for a 13 PFE, as he's been for quite a while, I believe. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, definitely in the evening. Not sure how it's going to work out otherwise. Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be around a lot. There'll be drops again, and maybe new season, and maybe new things to do. And if nothing else, I do want to make a bunch of content to kind of catch up, make a bunch of videos to kind of catch up. We haven't been doing that too much recently, and I want to get back into the groove of things. Enough yapping for me, though. The timer has run out there already, so we can go right in. Thank you all for joining me. Hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, a good night.